everyone, and welcome back to the day 6 of the GIAN program. I hope you are ready for yet another insightful day filled with engaging lectures and discussions. Yesterday, we had some truly fascinating sessions. We explored fermented traditional wine from palm trees, learning about its microbial nutritional attributes and health impacts, and also touched upon the biotransformation of food and feed, which opened new perspectives on how biological process can enhance food value and safety. Today, we have another exciting lineup that continues our journey into the world of food science, nutrition, and public health. Our first lecture of the day will focus on natural sweeteners, the relevance of food naturalness for consumers. This topic holds great importance, especially as more consumers today are seeking natural and healthier alternatives to traditional sugar and artificial sweeteners. Following that, we will move to our second lecture on integrated planning and governance for food security through fortification. This session will help us understand how fortification strategies and governance frameworks play a key role in ensuring nutritional security for populations worldwide. Post lunch, we will have a tutorial session, a classroom discussion on the importance of food innovation and food neophobia assessment. This will be an interactive session giving us all an opportunity to share views and understand how consumer acceptance shape food innovation. And finally, we will conclude the day with lecture 3 titled Public Health and Innovative Foods, where we'll see how new advancement in food innovation are linked to improving overall public health. So without taking much time, let's begin with our first lecture of the day. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Dr. Antonio Rapso to deliver his talk for this session. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. We are on our sixth day of this course. I hope you are enjoying it so much as I am. And today, we will start this session talking about the natural sweeteners and the relevance of food naturalness for consumers. This is half of a project of a study. The other aspects we see here: the food security, sustainability, and health impacts. We will leave for another session, maybe planned for the not tomorrow because we have a stop, but for Monday we will keep the discussion on natural sweeteners. But today we will focus on the relevance of food naturalness for the consumers. And it is important to mention that at least at I think worldwide, and now consumers are looking for these obligations of being natural, not only for regarding foods, but I think about all the products. But of course, here we are discussing food-related aspects, and it's very important when someone is selling a food product that is obligated. It is natural. People are looking for this, and sometimes they don't see other aspects related to that product because, of course, doesn't mean that the fact of being natural is for sure better than the others. But from the perspective of the consumer, and of course, industry is aligned with this, and the naturalness is very very important today. So consumers are rapidly becoming more aware to natural ingredients, while the growing importance of naturalness among consumers has made key implications for the food industry, because of course it must be aligned with what consumers are looking for. So this could well have implications not only for developing and selling food, but also for the increase in emerging food technology. So it is possible that those food products not perceived as natural are not so well accepted as the other ones that are naturals. So, by a lot of consumers in the majority of countries are looking for products. And for decades, sweeteners have been used to make food more flavorful and to attract consumers. This is one of the most important things when we associate to sweeteners and to sweets. People want to consume sweet food, so they were first adopted because of high calorie sugar to diet ratio, and this favored obesity in general population, which became widespread, especially in children, in infants. And then, of course, if you have children with obesity, it's more than problem that it became an adolescent with obesity, and of course, all the problems related with it, and in the adulthood, the same. Thus, a low-calorie sweetener, example of saccharin, became available in 1980s, in the decade of 80s. So, as this sweetener was so popular, others followed, including the cyclamate, aspartame, and acesulfame K, which are the most widespread. We have more, of course, but these were perhaps the first one and the more popular between all of these sweeteners, and they have long since been the object of controversies and conflicts over these years, which have included allegations of liver and bladder toxicity, carcinogenicity, fetus malformation, along with other dangers. Whereas all these allegations have been investigated, and by time to time sweeteners were considered safe. Very recently, we conducted a consensus. It was held in the city of Lisbon with several experts from America, from European continent, to see and to study if these allegations any foundation, and what we concluded was that regarding its safety, we can assure that these sweeteners are safe. Although some loss of consumer trust remains, as some are not permitted in the US, while others are allowed in the European Union. One example of this is cyclamate and cyclamic acid, but not are permitted in the US. Okay, this is also the reason, the topic of some discussion and some controversies related with the consumption of some kind of these sweeteners. Hence, the need for natural substitutes is crucial. So, consumer perceptions of and attitudes to natural food products. What is happening with this attitude? So, humans are inherently connected to natural objects, so it should come as no surprise that most humans have clearly preferred natural foods in the last few decades. But, or however, from the natural science point of view, naturalness definitely does not imply that the food product is healthier, less dangerous, or tastier, although this is not how most people perceive naturalness. Most of people make this direct relation between the naturalness and the fact of food product being healthier than other one that is not, and being not dangerous, and being better from the point of view of of the organoleptic characteristics. So this is what is perceived by the population. The globalization and industrialization go end to end, hand in hand, with the more and higher risk that Chilean citizens' perception of modern hygiene risks. In the last years, last few decades, food safety incidents have impacted Europe, such as dioxin and bovine spongiform encephalopathy, and consumers are concerned about excess pesticide use by traditional industry agricultural methods, the employment of artificial ingredients, colorants, additives, and questionable food innovations like GMO, we have already talked here in this course, being introduced. So people are concerned with all of these, say, artificial products, and related, then of course, all everything what is not natural as harmful to their health. So this has made consumers suspicious or skeptical about the negative health consequences that this food system entails, and the growing public concern about what the food system does to climate change and its general negative impact on sustainability mean that consumers now question the social and the environmental consequences regarding with the production of foods. And consumer research has revealed that consumers have increasingly become more knowledgeable of food additives and more frequently prefer natural ones, natural additives to their artificial analogs. Like artificial sweeteners, which are capable of structural modification in the hope that better tasting analogs will be discovered, the natural ones must be used as are simply because any structural change made to a natural sweetener to improve its taste profile will destroy the natural proportion and position. If we make any modification in these natural products, natural sweeteners, of course, we are exchanging their properties and we are making them not natural. So they must be used as we can find them in the nature. So although the consumer interest level is high, identifying a natural sweetener with the requisite sensory quality is no trivial undertaking. So sometimes can be difficult to find um, the most appropriate natural sweetener with all these characteristics. And the most important most important aspects when selecting a sweetener have to do with its physicochemical properties, such as the thermostability, solubility in water, but of course also the production cost. And in some cases, you'll see that this production cost can be quite expensive, and of course, it's safety. The safety must be assured and its sweetness potency is extremely relevant. That is to say, sweeteners can be classified in line with their increased characteristics, nutrition value, sweetening power, and the origin, if they are natural, synthetic, or semi-synthetic. Here we have this figure with some data about the relation of natural sweetness and the annual scientific production, the number of investigation of research papers that we can find related with the natural sweetness and also by country. And very interesting to see that regarding the countries of origin that this research came from, we can see that India is in third position. So this all over the world. We have as leader the United States, then China, and then followed by India. So here you have, of course, a very great interest on the natural sweeteners and their impact on sensory properties, the food structure of these compounds. And if we see, you have a very huge increase in the last few years, in the last 5 years, most impact since 2020, as you can see in the first chart in the letter represented by the letter A. We see that since 2020 and 2019, perhaps we have a great increase of documents produced related with this topic. And we have also then on the letter B the type of publication that we can find in the literature. Of course, the most prominent is the articles, then followed by the books, and then the topics discussed in these papers, and from where they come, and they mostly come from agricultural and biological sciences. So I think it is interesting matter that we can discuss further, of course. Here we have the sensory properties and also metabolic impact of natural and synthetic sweeteners, and we have the attitudes of different participants regarding the sweetness from very negative left to very positive to right. And sucre was viewed most positively, followed by Luo Hangu and Aulaz, another two sweetness, perhaps not much known from the most of the consumers, especially in the West, but Here you have the familiarity. Then we can see the percentage of participants that make that use, and see we have different opinions, of course, that come from daily and to never use these sweeteners. So here we have this scheme with the consumers, what make the consumer food choice and behavior, and of course the implications related with the industry. So we have psychological factors related with this choice, and regarding these psychological factors, we have the cognition, emotion, and also the motivation, the memory, and previous experience, what they learn to make this choice, and the personality traits and neophobic, as we have already discussed in the other day of the course. If I am available, or if I have willingness to try these new foods, or not, that I have never tried. Then you have also the biological and physiological factors regarding the age, gender, physical condition, sensory equity, the genetic factors, oral gastrointestinal physiology. So there are a lot factors, variables that can make the population make a choice in one way or in another. Then we have also the increasing product characteristics like the appearance, the taste, smell, texture, the complexity of adaptation. If we have some kind of aversion, then we have the sociocultural factors regarding the cultural economical influence. Of course, this will influence our food choices, the changing beliefs, the norms, the habits, attitudes, the trust in the industry and in the government. And then, of course, then we have also other situational factors can influence in some way our food choices. And here we have some examples like the intentional signification, the attribution, the coping, assimilation, the habituation, how we are habituated to consume some kind of food or not. Of course, we are more familiarized with one kind of food. We are more keen to choose some similar foods to that. So a lot of things, a lot of aspects can be related, and this can vary, of course, from person to person, from people to people, what they will choose in their routines to compose their diets. And of course, the sweeteners are not exception. So, society is becoming increasingly aware of the utmost importance of eating a balanced diet to maintain and promote health. This we have already discussed in depth, and I think this is obvious. And the excess of sugar consumption is one of the challenges. Is now a cross-cutting concern, but this habit is not an easy one to break. So, sugar-free or low-sugar foods and drinks are in great demand, and the sweetening agents that make them feasible are value ingredients. So, people want to feel this sweet taste, and we cannot simply say people stop consume sugar or stop to consume sweet foods. People know that this sugar, especially when consumed in very high amounts, is not good for health. But if all people know it, why its consumption is getting higher and higher, since the children to the elderly. So it is not easy to answer, because if you see this again, very aspects are related with the food choices, are related with what makes someone to opt for the consumption of one specific kind of food ingredient, not the other. So what makes people keep consuming these foods? And what can we do? What strategies can we think, can we do to make people at least keep consuming something that gives this perception of sweet, that keeps the sweet taste, but not being so harmful to their health, or even being healthy food products. And this is where we can find these sweeteners, these natural sweeteners, to replace the sugar, so-called sucrose, and to make people consume something that, apart from not being so harmful, in some cases have some positive benefits to the health of people. So today, the food industry applies bulk and intense sweeteners, which are mainly synthetic in origin, to substitute this common sugar, the sucrose, and consumers are all the more eager to eat products with natural ingredients and clean labels, preferably with other functional products, and that do not compromise the taste. So, additionally, safe practices during the process, flow, and packaging will eliminate the risk of contamination by extrinsic factors. To achieve this trend, the food industry now has alternative natural sweeteners, alternatives to the artificial ones, at its disposal, which offer consumers the advantage of additional health benefits. Of course, we have to study and to see the acceptance of the population of all these natural sweeteners we have that are a lot, and of course they can vary from region to region. With the globalization, we can have access to a great amount of and diverse amount of natural sweeteners, alternatives to the artificial ones. But of course, in some places, the price will make a significant difference in the accessibility from the populations to those sweeteners, and of course we will have also differences in the taste they will potential in the final products, in the other products, and this will define how some populations if will consume more from this natural sweetener compared with the other. So now let's discuss a little about this, and let me know what natural sweeteners you most consume, and which natural sweeteners you have more present here in your country. I can then also say some examples of what we have in Portugal, in Europe, but of course more specifically in Portugal. So let me know uh, your point of view as a consumer and as, of course, citizens of India. Who wants to give the first step, make the first comment, question? What you have here to substitute the sugar cane, the sucrose? What alternatives you use on your? I have already tasted a lot of sweets from your gastronomy. Yes, all of them very very tasteful, very very good. Very differences in the taste. Of course, I think we're very rich also cuisine regarding the sweets.
So, very good morning,
Good
sir.
morning.
In India, it's very common to consume hot water with honey. Warm water, not hot. Warm water
Warm
with
water,
honey.
and yes,
So,
honey
it's a
would be
natural.
one of the elements that I will mention, that we have also production in Portugal, and we have also the habit of its consumption as naturally, only the honey. For example, some people use it with the tea. They mix the tea with 1 spoon or 2 spoon, it depends, of course, of honey. And in coffee, we have the very, very routine and a very, very frequent habit to consume coffee after the meals in the morning. In median, we can say that the Portuguese can drink about 3, 4 cups of coffee during the day. and most of them usually add sugar, sucrose, to about 5 grams of sugar to that coffee. And one of the recommendations that some made is to not add the sugar and add a little bit of honey. But of course, honey has a lot of interesting properties, antioxidants, components, vitamins, of course, but we cannot forget that it has also sugar and calories. So it is not for being natural that we can consume with no restriction. This is important also to not only for honey, but also for these natural alternatives that, of course, has also caloric value associated. We must inform the people, okay, this is better than the conventional sugar you are accustomed to consume, but pay attention. A part of the good properties, beneficial properties, it has related with antioxidants, with vitamins, some micronutrients, of course, but it has also sugar. It is also caloric value associated. So we shouldn't consume it in high amounts.
Yeah, sir.
Yes.
So the sweets you consume that are made up of, some are made up of from milk and some are with some different ingredients. Milk sugar is also the part of that. Along with that, sucrose is added that is obtained from sugarcane.
Yes.
It's a bit processed one, not the direct sugarcane sugar we used in.
Yes, the refined.
Yeah,
Yes,
a bit refined, not too much refined.
yes, yes. Of course, then we have different grades of refining, but we are trying to substitute the consumption of sugar cane to other alternatives, and in some cases, if possible, simply don't use any sweetener, because in most of cases, a question of habit. For example, if the parents have the habit since they are children from the beginning of their life to add some sugar to the fruit to make them eat the fruit. This is very common in Portugal, because some children don't like the fruit. It is acid. I don't like. So the fathers add sugar to the fruit, and if we see we have more carbohydrates, sugars in that fruit, if parents give them a sweet. Of course, the fruit we have more elements, but those kids, those children are eating and are accustomed their taste to eat sweet. Is quite similar to the salt. If since the beginning of your life you are accustomed to eat the food with that quantity of salt, it's difficult when you are adult in the other stages of your life to eliminate to simple. So since now you can't eat more salt, you can't add more salt to your food, so for now you can't add more sugar to the food, and this is very complicated. This is also an education that we have to give to the parents, and the parents they must give to the children, and of course in the schools we have to think on the kind of programs and actions to learn, to teach the children how they can have good and healthy habits. And here with the sugar consumption and the salt consumption are two of the main challenges we have, at least in the Western societies in Europe, to make people decrease the consumption of this. We have very, very, very high quantities of consumption regarding these two very harmful, as you know, ingredients. And all strategies you can think and reduce, or good alternatives for them in case of spices, herbs, in the case of salt. And here some kind of interesting alternatives that can bring some benefits to the health, instead of only the calories and the sugars of easy absorption. It is a value. It is something that we must think on.
I guess this is one of the reason that causes obesity
Of course,
children.
yes, obesity, diabetes, hypertension. So we have, if you see the main causes of death and chronic diseases, non-communicable diseases in our societies in Western are related with the consumption of this. Of course, the reason it is not only this, but this is one of the main reasons. And as I say, one of the factors we can modify. We can modify our genetics, we can modify our gender, we can modify the place where we live, but we can modify our food habits, we can modify our way of life, our lifestyle. We can make more physical activity or less. We can eat for more one food group or other. We can cook or we can prepare our foods in one way or in another way. So this is something that is on our hands to do. It is not on our hands to change our genetics, our other factors that, of course, have influence on all of that diseases, but that unfortunately we can't modify, and this has its importance and very big importance as well in our health and all these that diseases you mentioned. Yes, yes, that's one of the reasons.
Another combination that is used in India, specifically in northern parts of India, during the winters we consume hot milk with jaggery at night.
Hot milk with zagri. I think I
Jaggery,
have
yes.
already heard about this. It's a kind of brown.
Yes, 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 brown sugar.
Yes, brown
Basically,
sugar.
it's also prepared from the sugarcane essence, but it's not
Not
the
refined.
processed
No
one.
processed. Okay.
Too much. It's not too much processed. It's a bit processed.
Okay. So consider you can consider it more natural.
Yes,
More
yes, yes.
okay.
Compared to white sugar,
Yes,
it's
compared to what you.
yes, it's not that much refined as compared to white sugar. In some of the dishes, we also use jaggery as a sweetener, so
Okay.
it enhances the taste as well as color, flavor. All these things are enhanced using jaggery in some sweets.
Interesting, interesting.
Thank you.
Here, the consumption of white sugar is not so high, I believe. Then, at least I didn't see yet very people adding white sugar to the drinks or to they use another. For example, the what you mentioned, I have already heard about it, the jaggery or some other things, and not white sugar. Is that right? You haven't a very high consumption of white and refined sugar.
Yeah.
Yes, that was my perception from this test.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So my question is that is sweetener is a safest for pregnant women and children?
Which sweetener?
Artificial sweetener.
It depends on, and one of the reasons that this cyclamate and acid cyclamic has not been allowed to be consumed in the US is regarding the toxicity that it can have for the fetus, for not the pregnant woman, but it can provoke malformations on the fetus. But of course, then we have the European Food Safety Authority and other international authorities, not only for sacrament, but of course this is very well studied, and a lot of toxicity assays have been conducted in artificial, especially in artificial sweeteners, and what we found is the amount, the quantity of sweetener you have to intake to produce that toxicity effects, and the amount is very huge. It's not even real. You should for the effects that are found in rats, not in human models, of course, but in animal models of experimentation. You should, for example, drink about 300 cans of a soft drink that has 330 milliliters of soft drink to produce that negative effect. So in one day. So I think that nobody will drink about 300 cans of drink. So this is, and they are considered safe regarding their normal consumption. But of course, and everything, if you consume in excess, you will have problems with that. Even water, if you you consume a lot of anything or in a quantity that is more than reasonable, you will have problems. So it's the reason why these sweeteners are still being commercialized. And if you will search in the literature and in the regulatory bodies, you see that a lot of the assays, toxicological assays have been done in these sweeteners. Of course, then we have some allergic reactions, and people that can have some allergic reactions, some of the components of some of these sweeteners. And for example, the aspartame is one of those cases. Yes, especially for those who suffer from phenylcetonuria, that you can't intake the aspartame. But those are specific cases, and that happens with all foods. If you are allergic to some component of the milk or the yogurt, you can take it. So this is not because of they are artificial and not natural.
So one more thing, which natural sweeter is safest for the people with diabetes?
No, not that's an important point. These natural sweeteners, they have also a quantity of sugars. In most of them, we say people it's a better alternative because they have other properties that sugar cane, the white sugar, refined sugar, doesn't have. In white sugar, you don't have polyphenols, you don't have antioxidants, you don't have vitamins, you don't have micronutrients that in some of these natural alternatives you can find. But don't forget that you have also sugar on them. So you can say, and special for some people that, for example, diabetes, so you can consume this with no problem. No, we can say that. Yes, we must be very cautious on what we say and how we communicate, and particularly with those parts of the population. Yes. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, sir.
Very important point. Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
First, before sharing, I just want to add on to her question about diabetes. We even say to the diabetic patients, even only you consume fruits, even fruits, only if your diabetic level is below 150.
Of course.
Whenever we recommend a diet or anything, I personally experienced because my father is a diabetic patient and he used to get
fructose is in fruit. In the fruit, we have also sugar, so it is.
exactly. So actually, fruit also contains natural sweeteners. They don't even say you to daily consume fruits, not even weekly ones. They only say you first check your sugar level. If it is below this limit, then only you have to consume. So I think every natural sweetness is harmful for them. And next, I just want to share, in southern part, I don't know other parts, but in Kerala we get we locally call this as kalkandi. Like it's a palm extract, palm sap. So they dry it, crystal it. It's a form of palm crystals. So it is used as an natural sweetener.
You extract from the sap.
Yeah.
And then you
Dry it. Then it's like a form of crystals. So we call it locally as kalkandi.
Interesting. But in some cases, people don't appreciate very much some kind of natural sweetener because it will bring some specific taste to the what they want to sweet to the drink, to the food, and some of them have a very particular taste, and especially when they come from plants. In some cases, have a strong taste. For example, stevia, that I think it's very consumed. At least has been started to be very consumed in Europe. But in some cases, people identify a taste that they don't like very much. Apart of all things of being natural, of being good for health, so on. But in some cases, the taste, of course, it is also important. So people, similar to salt, that people are finding don't want a very different flavor. they don't want also very different flavor or taste when you are talking about the sweet. So if you add something, a natural sweetener, but that will bring a very different taste, perhaps it will be not so well accepted for most of the population. Of course, it's different when you are accustomed to it. But when you say stop consuming refined white sugar and introduce, for example, that to a natural sweetener like maple syrup, agave syrup, a lot of alternatives, honey, or that you collect from the palm trees, which flavor will be potential to the food. If you are accustomed, that's no problem. But if you are not, and if you start to with what are you accustomed to eat with white sugar, with that specific flavor, in sometimes it takes it is not so easy. That is also one of the problems, because all of these alternatives, especially these natural from plants, will bring a different flavor to the drink, to whatever you want to potentiate the sweetness taste. So this is one point that we must have in consideration, and not only analyze the physicochemical composition, if they are high or low in the sugar contents, in vitamin and other contents. We have to pay attention, of course, to the taste. And if we bring a very strong taste, perhaps we will have problems in the acceptance of the consumer. The consumer will, in the first moment, think, "Oh, very good alternative, very healthy, very natural, perfect." But when we try, this is not so interesting for me. This is not interesting because this is very different from what I am accustomed to. You have to take that also in consideration. Very important point, yes.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So I have to add on to that because I'm also from Kerala. So the what she told kalkandam, it is similar to the sugar. It doesn't have a strong taste or flavor. It is just like the sugar. It is having that sugary taste only. And so one more thing is there. We are having some other thing, that is coconut jaggery, which is extracted from the coconut flour, coconut palm sap. Yes, it's a milky transparent liquid which is extracted from the coconut flour, and it is having a mild caramel flavor, but it is not that much strong that we can use it for baking, cooking purpose, and we can consume it raw also. But sometimes we will boil it and use it for cooking purpose, or sometimes we can consume it raw. So that is also.
Yes, I can remember from my experience, because I've already tested the sugar from coconut, and for myself, I think a very different flavor that I'm not accustomed for me. So I can feel the sweet taste. I have to add a large amount of coconut sugar to, for example, to coffee that I usually put sugar on that. But if I substitute the white sugar for example, the coconut sugar, I have to add a lot of this coconut sugar to the coffee to feel something similar. Because if I have the same quantity of coconut sugar, that the quantity that I am accustomed to add the white sugar, impossible for me. It's very sour, very impossible to drink the coffee. So I have to add more than the double of the coconut sugar. And if we see, is that so interesting or not? Of course, we can talk about the all bioactive components, yeah, but the quantity of sugar, of carbohydrates, I am adding with that portion of coconut sugar, how interesting is compared with the refined sugar. So you have to see this, because if we substitute, but if we need to add the double or the triple, or to feel the same, is this so interesting?
And so, sir, we won't use it in tea or something. We will use it for baking of some
Yes.
desserts and all. So we will use like that in Kerala.
Yes, I have also an experiment that I made with once with my students, as in the kitchen to prepare a dessert that we have tradition prepare a Portuguese dessert recipe with the white sugar that we normally use, and then some of the students say, "Oh, let's try to do it with artificial sweetener." Okay, let's try. But of course, I already know that the taste nobody will can eat that, and they make it with artificial sweetener with aspartame, I think, and then the flavor impossible. You have there 0 calorie dessert with no sugar, no wonderful, but the taste nobody could eat it. So this is very important. The sensorial, the organoleptic characteristics, you have to take it into consideration because if the end product will not be pleasing, people will not consume it. So we can think, we can have the idea, let's substitute this by this. But then you will consume it, the population will accept it, and that is the most important thing because otherwise it is a waste, it is a waste of time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So, what are the major challenges for producer in scaling up natural sweeteners production while keeping cost and sustainability in mind?
Yes, that will depend, of course, of the region, of course, of the natural sweeteners, and for example, some of these natural sweeteners and we have are not nature from our countries. For example, in Portugal, if we go to the supermarket, we have access regarding maple syrup, but we haven't production of maple syrup in Portugal. They come mainly from, for example, from Canada. You have agave sweetener that came from Mexico. This is the good point of globalization. But for regarding sustainability, of course, for local producers, if this consumption is starts to be interest in these products worldwide from the economic point of view, that can be very interesting. Another thing is regarding the natural resources they have, and in some cases may be limited, but this will make, of course, the price getting higher and getting more difficult. In special case, for example, of maple syrup, the prices can be very, very high because this is mainly produced in Canada. No other places in the world have the conditions to produce it, and on only in specific seasons of the year, and so the prices can be very, 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 very high. But as a very significant relevance for their producers, for their locations in the large scale or medium scale production of this sweetener. Of course, it will depend on the type of sweetener in the region, but it can its relevance from the economic point of view for sure, and for the local producers. Yes, yes, it will depend. It will
So,
depend.
there is one more question. How do price consideration affect consumer substitution from sugar to natural sweeteners, especially among low-income groups, as there are many low-income groups in India?
How can we influence the consumers to make the substitution of sugar
Considering the price increase.
if it is rising? Yes, and you can see not only for what the people, for what the consumers are allocating, but also with the food we have available and their sales on the market, and even in the restaurants, people asking for sweeteners and not for sugar. For example, in Portugal, we have this perception, a very good perception, because we see that you have that routine of add sugar to the coffee. And some years ago, most of people add real sugar, white sugar, and now we have a lot of people, some not adding nothing, that is good, and some other people asking for sweeteners. So this is a modification that we can easily see in Portugal. One of the modifications we can easier see in the consumption trends and in the habits of the people. So we have a lot of people that at this time don't consume coffee with anything. So coffee naturally. I can't, but we have there a lot of people that do it, and some other ones that replace the white sugar for other alternatives. So this is when practiced, very, very easy to see in Portugal. I don't know here if you have some example that some years ago you know about one specific kind of food or drink that people usually consume it by the addition sugar cane or white sugar with refined sugar, and now with this transition or with this changing in technology that people have more are changing also their habits and their routines and substitute them that sugar by some other alternative. I don't know if you have any example of that.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, I want to add something in their point that
Yes.
I'm from Bengal and we have some natural sweeteners like Nolingu. It is a form of jaggery.
Nolengu?
Yes, sir. It is a form of jaggery that is collected from dates tree.
Okay.
Okay.
Date.
Dates. So it is a amazing taste. So that's it.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Yes, you have a lot of also natural kinds of products that can add sweet to the and come from the fruits,
Yes, sir.
right? You
Yes,
have
sir.
more examples
No, date.
apart of the dates and from the palm.
Yes, sir.
You have some other examples of other fruits or other trees that you extract to use it as sweeteners.
Sugar canes even.
Yes, sugar cane. Yes, but apart of the sugar cane and the
Sugar beets.
okay,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, I want to share my experience regarding sugars. My father is diabetic and he loves to eat sweets, but he couldn't eat due to the diabetic level. And he has also very suffered from very dietary restrictions, like he couldn't have rice or milk, etc. And fruits also, like some like mangoes, and which are very sweet in taste, so he cannot eat them also. But he eats in little quantity all the sweets. So, sir, there are any sweeteners which could be consumed by diabetic people which doesn't increase their sugar level?
Well, of course, it's very difficult to manage it, and not only the action or the behavior with the sweeteners, but what you will eat joint with the sweetener to not elevate the blood sugar. That is the problem, and we have to find some strategies to combine the consumption of that sweets with sugar, for example, with other kind of food with a lower glycemic index, with a rich content of fiber, for example, that will lower the absorption of that sugars. Because if you keep consuming all of that sweets with high sugar content and with nothing, it's a problem, and more emphasized when you are already a diabetic. So we have to find some strategy, and of course decrease the quantity of sugars that perhaps your father is accustomed to consume. But apart of that, to implement or to introduce some other foods that can help to get a lower absorptions of that sugars.
Thank you,
That is fundamental. Yes.
You should also keep in mind, like when you are giving what type of food. Timing is very important for diabetic patient. If you are giving high glycemic index and adding sugar at dinner meal, so then it's very dangerous for a diabetic patient. You can cheat the meal during the breakfast or lunch, but not with the dinner. It's also very important. Another thing, as I mentioned, fiber rich food. You can combine fruits with salads or something like that. Another thing is rice. So you can mix rice with the like in a plate. You can, if you have carbohydrate as a source of rice as a source of carbohydrate, then you should keep in mind that the portion of rice should be less and the portion of salad and vegetables should be more. in that in this type you can balance your meal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other question?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Actually, earlier people also used sugar cane, just like syrup, used as natural sweeteners. Okay, but traditional people, modern people cannot use this types because their color is generally blackish. If we make it tea, na, it is a blackish. So all people. So their refined form is the sugar, that means the chini in Hindi. So earlier in my home also, earlier no, today also in my home also prepared tea by Zegri.
By zagging.
Yes, Zegri. In UP, one district, Saharanpur, worldwide famous there, Zagri and also sugarcane
Okay.
export from India. It is a very, very high grade and quality
Yes,
of.
interesting. Yes, because you, for example, with the tea, you have the habit to add something to give that sweetness taste. Yes, is that correct? And the zagri is the most common you use, isn't it?
In Zagri, don't they refine? If
Yeah.
if we refine and process, na, definitely their color is white also.
Okay.
Okay, so, but in maybe many villagers and in farmers, they use what is it? A big what is
A ten.
big yeah, big pan,
Big.
and they slowly heat the sugarcane juice.
Okay.
Slowly, they turn into the
Okay.
generally jaggery, not
Okay.
processed at all.
Not processed at all. Yes, less processed then, of course.
This
Okay.
this is the good for health,
Okay.
but their color is very, very blackish,
Okay.
and people
People
not accept.
doesn't accept it. Okay. Okay. I see. I see. Anyone? Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My question is, what challenges does food industries face while formulating natural sweeteners?
Yes, food companies always have the challenge to offer the people what they're looking for. So, because if they offer products to the people, the products that people are looking for, they have more probability of being successful in their sales. So we see a lot of merchandise marketing. I don't know here, but in last years in Western societies, we see a lot of merchandise of promoting everything what is natural. Not only foods, but of course, food is what of our concern. And the natural foods, it doesn't matter even nothing more. The properties, the health impacts. Now, being natural is very well seen from the population. So in these times, the food industry and the food companies, of course, want to have more natural products as they can to offer this to people because this is selling. When people go to the market, are looking for natural products. Of course, they must work on bring to the market products at a reasonable price that can allegate that are natural. So, and some of these natural alternatives, and speaking about natural sweeteners, the price is very different from the white sugar. So this is the great challenge: bring to the market, bring to the people these natural sweeteners at a reasonable price. Not the main challenge is not the best product from the point of view of nutritional profile of health benefits. Most of kinds of food industry, this is in second stage. First is a product that I can sell, a product that people can pay for it. So, and in some cases, for example, 1 kg of sugar cane in white sugar, refined white sugar in Portugal, less than €1. But if you will see some alternatives and honey that we have also production, but not 1 kg, no, far from that, perhaps 200 grams, 300 grams at most, easily more than €5, 4 or €5. So the difference is huge. And if we see another alternatives like the coconut sugar, the agave syrup, the maple syrup, this can be even higher because we have to import and their production are different of sugarcane. So we are not talking about the difference of money of slightly difference. We are talking about a huge difference. And when people, of course, are looking for natural and healthier options, but when they arrive to the shop and see the price, I can't pay for it, or at least I can experience one time to see, but frequently and to introduce it in their daily diets, it is not easily a part of the taste, a part of the acceptance, but the price is a very determining factor. And one of the challenges, of course, for the industry is to find a product with a less production cost to get the people a reasonable alternative, not only from the point of view of taste, of their acceptance of taste, but regarding price. And that is not so easy, at least at this point, for the most of people. Another thing, if you have, for example, a farm, and if you produce honey, of course you have you can access to it at a lower price. But for general population, it is not so cheap product as white sugar. One of the great challenge I believe is that.
Also, are there any sustainability concerns regarding sourcing of these natural sweeteners?
That is what I've talked about. It can be very interesting for some local producers that produce those products in small quantities, but of course, if we can find some way of producing on a large scale, that will have a very important economical relevance. Of course, regarding the natural availability of these resources, they must be controlled if we start to produce in large amounts. And some of them, it's not possible to produce in so large amounts. And I give the example of maple syrup, and you can find also some commentaries on the production and of that it has a very high value, very economic value, because the places in the world where we can find and the conditions to extract from the trees and the maple are very few, and this is a seasonal product. Of course, the large scale, giving the example of maple syrup, it is very difficult, and that's the reason why we have the prices we have for its products. So in some cases, will not be easy because the natural resources are not infinite. So that's one of the reasons. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, I would like to add on something. In India, we also use mulethi, also called as liqueur rice. So we use the powder of it, and it is being used like from the 4,000 years. The Ayurveda use it, as it have many good properties. Like it is very good for digestion. It maintains blood pressure. Then it also boosts immunity, and it is very good for cough and cold also. So we use it as a natural sweetness in our food, or we consume it like normally.
Great, great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
There are many calories. There are many 0 calories natural sweetener. If I am not wrong.
No, the most of these natural sweeteners are not 0 calories. When we are talk about 0 calories, they are more related with artificial sweeteners. These natural sweeteners have calories. Okay, we must take that in consideration. Is what I talk. For example, the case of the honey. We can say the people, okay, substitute the white sugar and start to consume honey with no restrictions regarding the amounts you consume of it. No, because it has calories, okay, it has sugar. It has sugar. The question is, we have other elements, other components much more interesting than the white sugar. So, and this occurs also, I believe, with the examples you are mentioning. You consume here in India, and the other examples I've already gave: the coconut, the maple. I gave these sweeteners, these natural sweeteners, and calories. Yes, pay attention with it. But when I'm talking about zero calories, of course, about sucralose, about aspartame, cyclamet, those sweeteners, yes, in this case they have zero calories.
Then my question is that what are the components present in that makes them sweeter in taste?
Sugar,
0 calorie sweeters
0 calories. The components
makes them sweeter.
they will potentiate the sweet taste on the foods. They are produced in the lab with that goal, and they have in their composition, in their chemical structure elements. Then when they be added to the foods, will increase this sweet taste.
Only artificially.
Artificial sweetness, yes.
Okay, so thank you.
But in some cases of natural sweeteners, the total amount of calories are even lower than the sugar cane. Okay, it is not the same having sugar cane, but then of course we have to analyze case by case by case. But pay attention, we have calories associated with its consumption. It is not to recommend that you can eat as you want. Because some people see that, oh, this is good for health, I can substitute the consumption of white sugar with this alternative, so I will consume with no restrictions, and that is a mistake that most of people make, and we have to be cautious and to tell people, attention, of course this is a better option, a better solution, but not to consume in high amounts or free of exemption of harmfuls. Yes.
Okay, sir, one more. What are the effects of natural sweeteners on weight management?
What are?
Effects of natural sweeteners on weight management.
It will depend on the natural sweetener, because you have a so huge amount and diverse natural sweeteners. We can talk about that in that general way. It's like the same question what regarding food. Which food? You have to analyze case by case.
Raw honey?
Sorry?
Raw honey.
Honey, yes.
Honey.
What are the benefits regarding the
Effects on weight management.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Effects on weight management.
I don't understand, sir.
Effects of honey on body weight management.
If you eat honey, what happens to our organism, yes?
Effects of honey.
Effect on weight management.
Body weight management.
Of course, you have to consume it in the daily diet in the amount you need. Of course, you have to take into consideration the quantity of calories associated with its consumption. And for example, to make the total account of the calories that you will consume on that day, you have to take into consideration the total of calories, fats, and macro components associated, of course, with the consumption of calories that you will consume honey. And it's different if you consume 5 grams per day of honey, or if you consume 10 or 100. So this will represent different quantities of calories, but not only calories, of sugar that will be taken into consideration on your daily diet. Of course, we have to make that account. We cannot neglect that values, because they are very important. It's like the white sugar. We have to account the calories when you add sugar to the foods. It's like the same with the salt. When you add extra salt to the food, you must take into consideration the total of sodium chloride you are adding to the food, because you have the recommendations not to consume, to intake more than 2000 milligrams per sodium per day. So the sodium is present in the foods, but if you add extra, you have to count on it. The same with sugar. If you add sugar, if you add honey or other sweetener as well, it has carbohydrates. So you have to take this amount, this values into consideration. That is an important point. Yes, yes, of course. Thank you for asking.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, are natural sweetener are suitable for all population, including diabetes patient and children?
Yes, it can be. It depends how you use them. Quantities in incorporating in a diet with other foods, but of course it can be a solution, and preferable, of course, for sure, when compared with white refined sugar. Yes, yes, of course. Can be, and depends, of course, which sweetener. Of course, this will also have different impacts. It depends the sweetener we are talking about, and how we will consume it, and which quantities. This is the impact. But of course, we can think on it for children, for different strats of the population. Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
No more questions. Yeah, friends.
Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning.
Previously, you asked about sweeteners that is extracted other than from date, palm, and sugarcane. So there is a flower that is called mahua.
Mangua.
Mahua. Its botanical name. I don't know. Like, it's a flower that is handpicked, sun dried, and then sugar syrup is extracted from that. It's more like maple syrup and honey, but it is more rich in nutrient content than your maple syrup and honey. So yeah, I wanted to add it that there's also a flour which is used for sugar, and it's very good. Some people says that it has a little bitter taste after, like in the end.
Yes,
But
that's
yeah,
some.
it's like
Sometimes it occurs
the
some
flour is
aftertaste,
rich in sugar and nutrients. So yeah, that's a good uh, alternative for sweeteners
and
if
that's
someone is.
typical from here,
Yes,
from each region.
central northern parts, like
Mm,
northern and central parts of India.
okay. So near where we are.
Bihar, in there's some part of West Bengal where also it is found. So
Interesting. Thank you for sharing.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, my question is, what are the long-term effects of natural sweeteners?
It depends the natural sweeteners. That kind of questions we cannot pose. What are the long-term effects of consumption food? I asked you.
Sir, depends on.
It's the same. I have not an answer to that. It will depend on the natural sweetener, and of course, when we are talking about long-term effects, some of this we have not traditional consumption. You have, of course, to take studies, to take long-term studies to see the long-term effects. But then I can make another question: long-term effects in which perspective? In safety, in the obesity management, diabetes management, blood. That's a kind of question that I am very difficult in answer, because it will depend, it will depend, it will depend. It's my answer to your question.
Sir, but some natural sweeteners raises cardiovascular disease and heart stroke, like monk fruit mixed with the stevia.
Yes, but depends the natural sweeteners. Once again, we must see case by case. One can be very interesting from one perspective, and the other from other perspective. What we see is that, in general, generally speaking, the natural sweeteners, some of them have lower content in sugar. They still have but lower content when compared with, only compared because we want to substitute the sugar cane, refined white sugar. So we have to compare with this product. So some of them have lower sugar contents, and apart of this, we can find in this alternative some other interesting properties regarding micronutrients, regarding polyphenol, regarding antioxidant components. So this is, but also regarding all these components, we will find very discrepancies and differences in these contents when we are talking about, for example, maple syrup or agave syrup or honey, and even in honey we have different kinds of honey that also varies their composition. So you have to study each one. What we know is they have these interesting components, well studied, of course, in other food matrices, and they will bring benefits. But then the consumption, and in long term, you have to study, you have to see. Thank you.
Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning.
I want to share something about stevia ribaudiana. It's a plant of widely cultivated in South America. They are used as a natural sweetener from the centuries. Actually, it is good for health, like anti-diabetic, antioxidant, and blood sugar management, and lowering the blood pressure. When we add to the erythritol, it causing some heart problems like that. In that stevia have a stereosides and glycosides as giving the intentional sweet with zero calories.
Yes, regarding stevia, the most common problems, at least from my experiences and also from my experience of tasting and the consumption there in Portugal, is the acceptance, because it will brings a different taste to the drinks, the foods, and not say the most, but a large amount of people don't want to use it because they give a very particular flavor that they are not accustomed and they don't accept. So that is the most relevant issue regarding the consumption of stevia, at least in Portugal, that in last years we have in our markets. Not so many years ago, but I think about 5 years, more or less. And we see, and of course, the price of that sweetener, and very high compared with others. So, with this, it is difficult to have the population huge consumption of, even it is good for health. Even when you have high price and different taste that people are not accustomed, it is difficult for us or for someone who wants to recommend or to make the people eat more. You have these barriers that we can't ignore because they are there, and people go to the market and see 4 or 5 higher the price compared with the other alternatives, and then if people taste and see what's this, and like I will pay more and for something that I don't like. That's a huge problem.
Thank you.
Not only from stevia, and most of plant products have this characteristic. They will bring a very specific flavor that some people at the end will not accept very well. A part of the price, a part of everything. People must learn to. It's like the spices, the species. People are not accustomed to it. So you have there a different element that will bring a different and particular taste. It will take time and it will be difficult for make the global population to introduce it, to try to accept it.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are on time. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an engaging and insightful presentation. Your talk gave us a clear understanding of how consumers today are becoming more conscious about natural ingredients and how this shift is influencing the food industry. The way you explained the evolution of sweeteners from synthetic ones to safer, naturally derived options was truly informative. You also highlighted how perceptions of naturalness often shape consumer trust and food choices, which was quite thought provoking. Thank you once again, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Now we'll take a short tea break. I invite all the participants to join us for some refreshments. Please be back by 11:30 a.m. for the next session. Thank you.
A rare blend of clinical acumen, epidemiological insights, and technological foresight. Prior to her current role, Dr. Dugal was additional professor of community medicine at Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research, PGIMER, Chandigarh. She has also held adjunct faculty position at premier institutions including the Indraprasth Institute of Information Technology, Delhi, and the Indian Institute of Technology, Ropar, contributing to interdisciplinary education and research. Dr. Dugal holds an MD in Preventive and Social Medicine, a Master of Health Science in Epidemiology from the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and completed prestigious NIH Fellowship in Medical Informatics at Yale University. Her academic credentials are matched by over 2 decades of impactful work in public health research. Her expertise span community-based outreach, intervention design and implementation, epidemiological modeling, and translational research. She is particularly known for her work at the intersection of behavioral science, digital health, and implementation research, with a focus on reducing healthcare disparity among vulnerable populations. Dr. Dugal has served as principal investigator, co-investigator, and senior collaborator in numerous multi-institutional and multi-institutional research projects. Her leadership has instrumental in field of implementation studies and impact evaluation, notably in the domain of food fortification in India. Her contribution have consistently translated research into policy and practice, advancing equitable health outcomes. So we are privileged to welcome Dr. Munna Dugal to GIAN course on food security, nutrition and innovation. Her presence brings a wealth of experience and a visionary perspective on integrating digital health and data science into public health strategies. So ma'am, thank you very much for joining us, and over to you ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Um, thank you, Dr. Teja. I'm not sure. Can you? I'm just trying to share my screen. Can you
Yes,
share
ma'am.
my screen?
Yes, we can share. We can see your screen, ma'am. Just please it on full screen if possible.
Yeah, I've tried. Yeah. Is it big or it requires more?
Screen, ma'am. Screen is visible, but it is not in
Very
full
small.
screen.
Very,
Yes, full
इसको
screen.
slideshow में डालना पड़ेगा इसको.
So at the bottom, ma'am, there is one icon.
I'm presenting and yeah. So let me just put it on full screen.
Yeah, no problem, ma'am. Please take your time.
Slideshow. Is it okay?
Not yet, ma'am. Not yet. Yes, ma'am. We can see our screen. And
is it okay now?
Screen is visible, ma'am, but it is still not full screen.
I think it is full screen. Let me
So
just
either
let me put it on slide. Sure, that is better. Is it okay now?
I either we can zoom it, ma'am, so that we can.
Can you zoom it? I don't know. Is it okay now?
Ma'am, still it is not in full screen.
Can you do one thing? I think you have the presentation.
Yes, yes, we can.
Yeah.
Yes,
You can do zoom it.
yeah.
I can just
Yes. Sure, sure, no problem, ma'am. No problem. I
I can stop sharing from my side. Yeah. Dr. Tekpal, in the meantime, as we are setting the screen, just wanted to brief the audience out here quickly. I will be co-presenting with my the co-coordinator who has been working, Dr. Gurjinder, who has been working with me for a very long time now, around 5 years. So I think the presentation is generally around fortification, where our team has worked for a very long time. It's almost like we have done four major, at least we have two major fortification projects that we have worked on in the states of Haryana and Punjab. And the northern India, I think some of the population studies have been done majorly by our team at PGI. So, but as I am talking and Dr. Tejpal is presenting, uh, people who are sitting, I think you are young people, and I think research, just wanted to give you this. Research is never easy. It is a collaboration and conglomeration of multiple partners. So if you think I have done it, it is not. And if you have been reading the news today, the lady who has got the Nobel Prize just has 34 publications, and in H index, if you know, it's just 21. So this has been the big news that we all run after the number of publications, and but it is not important to run after publications. They are important, but what is important is the impact. So unless until you actually think about research as something that is going to have a huge social impact, and how you can do an interdisciplinary research, that is where I think the entire thing is going to be there. So through the presentation that we are going to do is, of course, it is around integrated planning, governance, and around food security. But the top three words itself say a lot. First is the planning, second is the governance, and third is the fortification. But everything has a big meaning as we are talking. And I want to leave you with the thought that this is not merely what we are presenting. It has to have a meaning when you are thinking about your own research projects and how you are planning your career, how it is going to impact your future, and what kind of work you want to do, and what is the legacy you want to leave after you have finished that research. So even if it is small, do it well. Don't say, okay, this is like very small, I will not want to do it. But this is something that I would request that as we are doing. Dr. Tejpal, has the screen sharing started? I am not able to.
Actually, we are trying, but what problem is coming that if we are sharing, then your video we cannot see. So we again request you to please start from your end so that it could
Okay,
be
I
both
will start
video.
from my
Yes,
end. Yeah.
just try.
Can you like, I don't know, like I don't want people to like if you want to share the PowerPoint with them so that they can look
Yeah,
at
definitely
their
will share them. No
yeah,
issues
so they
at
can
all.
probably look at the
Yeah.
PowerPoint as I'm speaking.
Sure, sure, ma'am. Yeah,
Yeah.
please. No issues, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, I will share the
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am. Again, you
okay.
can.
Where did it go? Not present. Yeah.
Yes, yes, ma'am. It is fine.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. So as we are talking about this, it is integrated planning and governance for food security through fortification. So as I had earlier mentioned, this is an area that we had worked a lot. I think we started the journey around 2013. When this problem was identified in Haryana, that is a story of fortification and how it has built into the small project that has gone on to the national level and how much capacity building, governance, and health that has been done. So as I'm telling the story, I think you will understand. Like it is not a, like it might seem small, but the amount of work that was done to make this whole process implementation, why it is important, and why small studies make such an impact. So, how many of you would know that for like what are the biggest nutritional issues right now when we are talking about fortification and why fortification came into play? So, just a quick question. I think Dr. Tejpal, you can ask him why we had to start looking at fortification from the students who are attending this. Why did we actually had to start looking at fortification as a measure for food security? Does anybody have an idea?
Deficiencies would obviously lead us to want to fortify.
Hello? Hello?
Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible?
Good morning, yeah. Just a
Uh,
quick question. Why do you think that fortification was required as an intervention in the population?
In order to target the deficiency conditions that are being observed throughout the world,
Why did the deficiencies come through? What are the other programs that we are doing?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Could you please
What were
repeat
the
this?
other programs that we were doing that we needed fortification? Anyway, this is something that I would like you all to think about because
Another thing
everything
is,
now
ma'am, malnutrition. To tackle the malnutrition.
Malnutrition is a very big broad word. Even you are malnourished.
Maybe.
No, maybe no. You look at the entire population. Malnourishment is both what? Undernutrition plus overnutrition, right?
Yes.
And why is it there?
Ma'am, basically, fortification is for undernourished children or the population.
You mean to say people who are malnourished, who are overnutrition, they are not, they do not require any nutrients?
Ma'am, it depends what type of nutrients are beyond the limits and what type of nutrients they are
So that is the first
undernourished.
step that you have to now go back, look and understand what is malnutrition and is fortification supplements and what we talk about. Is it only for the people who are undernourished, and even if they're overnourished, do they meet the requirements that we are talking about? So fortification is what?
Basically, we are enriching the any food product with specific amount of nutrients in that. Suppose if we are fortifying salt with iodine, then in what amount of
So is iodine only a requirement for the undernourished, or is it a
no,
general
ma'am, there are
requirement?
many things like vitamin A,
Yeah,
vitamin
that's why I said
D.
think about it. Why do we have come to such a stage that we require fortification? Is it the soil? Is it the environment? Is it our lifestyle? What is it that we require fortification now as an intervention? Compared to probably like when people were probably growing their own crops, what has happened since then that we are now looking at fortification as an intervention? So this is something that when I finish my lecture, you people should go back, listen, see your environment. That is the only thing we think is like it is a last mile, it is a rural population, or it is like a certain specific population that would require fortification. No, it is something that is required across the populations. So think about yourself, the people who are sitting in the class. Why do we have always say now the elderly population requires? It is a young population, it is a mother. No, it is across. So you have to start thinking in that and think about it. Is it the new lifestyle that you are like? How many times do you order your food from like Zomato? What is the kind of food that you are eating? So this is not about this. The reason I'm saying this is because I need you to think. It is not that I come, I'll teach you. This is not going to happen. When I'm talking, I really want people to think that, see why we really need this, why this intervention was asked to be there at the first place. What is food security and why we are looking at interventions that should not have been there in the first place. What has changed since then? Has our soil been depleted? Has there been an increasing urbanization? Have we stopped using? Has there been an increased use of pesticides? All these things will actually make you think not just what we have done, but what is the new research question. So coming to the lecture is like let's start from there. 30% of the women from reproductive age are anemic. Prevalence of anemia among women of reproductive age has remained stagnant over the past 2 decades. Despite government putting a lot of money in supplementation and everything, the prevalence of anemia among the women of the reproductive age has remained stagnant and over the past 2 decades, we have not been able to maintain them. 69% of the non-pregnant women of the reproductive age group are deficient and in at least one of the three micronutrients, iron, zinc, and vitamin A. 307 million of these non-pregnant women with reproductive age group with micronutrient deficiencies live in South Asia. So, in 2013, when we had started with this, Haryana had one of the highest micronutrient deficiency and anemia in northern India. And that had a direct impact on the birth defects of the children that are being born. So looking at that, I think with the prevalence of anemia and micronutrient deficiency and the supplementation not really working in our favor, the government of Haryana actually started looking at other options. What was the options that could improve at a large scale and an intervention that was actually well documented across the world that could make that difference. So in 2013, this is around the time when I actually was looking back in India with probably no experience whatsoever in nutrition. I had returned from the US, and this was a project that came like as a first project in 2014 when my head of the department, Professor Rajesh, actually asked me to look at this because an interest had come from government of Haryana that they wanted to actually do a demonstration project around fortification as an intervention to improve the overall nutritional status of women as we are looking to decrease the birth defects of the babies that were being born. So that overall goal, this was something that was actually identified as a fortification. Fortification was identified as a mid-term intervention in addition to the ongoing supplementation to improve the overall micronutrient status in the population. So what had happened was the supplementation was being implemented through the health systems and it was a fragmented implementation and weak outcomes. So what was required at that time was it was a need for multi-sectoral convergence that required health, food, education, agriculture, women and child health and academia to come together, including the strong advocacy component that we had required. There needed to be a strong monitoring and accountability in the frameworks, and there was an equity lens that required we needed to reach the women, children, and overall marginalized communities so that the intervention would make a change. So, for starting this project, we required a state level planning, which required the initial ask was from the National Health Mission with the state level planning of food and civil supplies, with integrated child and development scheme and the midday meal. There was a need to have a convergence with the district level convergence committee, community level participation and an awareness campaign, and a data from the community biomarker study that was going to be done by academic partner that is PGI Chandigarh. So overall, once that setup was converged at the level of PGI in collaboration with Government of Haryana, where we have several departments, We took the interventions that required collaboration even with the NGOs who were well entrenched in the field. So the first project that I will be discussing is the wheat flour fortification in Haryana that assessed impact on folate, B12, anemia and iron status. The project started in 2014 and it ended in 2021. Second was multiply fortified salt study in Punjab that is evaluated the effects of micronutrient biomarkers among women, and it started in 2019 and it ended last year. Third is rice fortification with the establishment and the implementation of a technical support unit in Haryana. It is an ongoing project where we have established a technical support unit to improve the rice fortification quality and implementation in the state and at the level of uh, uh, the state level, and it is again in partnership of PGI along with the government of Haryana. Last was a study on micronutrient status among the beta thalassemia carriers that is funded through ICMR because there has been concerns that have been raised that through the rice fortification, beta thalassemia carriers are prone to having, they are likely to have an iron overload. So all these four studies we will be covering. Two have been finished and two are ongoing, and we will be sharing the results to make you understand why it is important to start and be sure that we are having a very integrated implementation with the state as we are implementing this. For the Haryana demonstration project, the government of Haryana, with the then NHM mission director, Professor Rakesh Gupta, Dr. Rakesh Gupta, had reached out to PGI Chandigarh and CDC to launch a project on wheat flour fortification. And this was an initiative which required a multi-sectoral coordination, where we had international partners with the World Health Organization and CDC from USA come together to give technical assistance to PGI in partnership with Government of Haryana to implement this project. The aim of the project was to assess the feasibility, sustainability, and health impact of fortifying wheat flour using existing open market and government safety net systems, which included PDS, midday meal, and integrated child development services. The project was supposed to run from 3 phases over 5 years, from 2017 to 2021, but the actual planning actually started in 2014. And between 2014 and 2017, there was a lot of interaction with the international partners. The project was developed. The lab that was supposed to test the folic acid was because we did not have a lab to test folic acid by a certain method that CDC used to test the levels of the biomarkers. That required a setting up of lab at PGI Chandigarh and training at CDC before we had to start the study. So that was completed around 2017 before we actually went into the field. So the 3 phases over 5 years required baseline household and biomarker survey from 2017 to 2018. Following the results that were shared with the state government, the implementation of wheat flour fortification started in the district of Ambala in March 2018. And in phase 3, it was an inline household and biomarker survey to measure the fortification program that impact in Anglo 2021. So the project sites in Ambala we chose the districts of Ambala and 2 blocks of Narayangarh and Barara. And in this, we randomly selected 52 villages, and they are the enumeration blocks of around 55. So you can see the distance of from the Narayangarh in Narayangarh. We have given given from the Narayan District Hospital what was the time what was the distance from the Narayangarh sub-district hospital, where we had opened a like a lab that was going to be processing the blood sample. Where you see, like from Narayangarh, the closest, there was the closest, and then in the from Barada, the distance is increased. So this was important because we needed to maintain the integrity of the blood samples for the data to be shared. So the phase one included a multi-stage cluster probability household and biomarker survey. The study population that we had targeted was a non-pregnant women aged 18 to 49 years from the rural areas of two sub-district hospitals and sub-districts in Ambala. Venous blood samples were collected among non-pregnant women aged 18 to 49 years. The lab processing was done for the plasma, serum, red blood cells separated by centrifugation, processed, and stored at minus 80 degrees Celsius until analysis. So this entire process was done at Sub-District Hospital in Narayangarh. The RBC and serum folate were measured using the microbiological assay that was done at PGI Chandigarh. That was the lab that was established at PGI Chandigarh in collaboration with CDC, where the head of the hematology department, Professor Reena Das, and a lab technician from the same lab were trained under the guidance of CDC to establish the lab. So this technical partnership helped us establish the only lab, the microbiological lab assay, in addition to a lab in the private setup that is at St. John's in the Southeast Asia. The more labs were established following the successful establishment, but these were the first two labs that were established in the Southeast Asia at that time. And serum vitamin B12 was measured by chemiluminescence, and hemoglobin was analyzed using the automated hematology analyzer. In the phase three, I am skipping a lot of the steps that are there just to ensure that in the interest of the time, so that you know what has happened. This entire process of implementation took us from the results of the pre-fortification, the where the program was following the result sharing, where the fortification program was established, to post-fortification impact at phase three. The fortification was introduced in March 2018 after we had shared the results of our study in the pre-fortification. The government of Haryana was convinced. They started they rolled out this into two districts, the entire district of Ambala, which was then expanded to 5 districts of Haryana. But in the meantime, as we were sharing, we were rolling out this entire through the PDS, the government of India actually changed the standards of the fortification of the 3 standards. And the standards that were there for vitamin B12 and folate went much below the WHO level. Their standards were iron did not change, but vitamin B12 and folate level standards were decreased. This is important to know because there is now an increased awareness around the standards, and there is a lot of advocacy that is going on to relook at the standards that are being there. And the study is important because we knew that the standards have changed. We had requested the government of Haryana at that point that in the interest of the research and the scientific integrity, if the standards that we had shared and used at the time of introduction at the pre-fortification that was decided, to continue the same standards in those 2 study blocks. So those standards were maintained, the same standards that are recommended by WHO in these 2 blocks. So at this point, this is the only study that we have the standards that were recommended by WHO at that point. The current standards that are being advertised, that have been recommended by FSSAI are much lower than the WHO recommended. So any evidence that is being generated and the bid to revise the standards, this is one of the main studies that we have to show that why we require improved standards for vitamin B12 and folic acid. So coming to the post-fortification in phase 3, there are a comparison of pre and post-fortification adjusted geometric means concentrations, serum and RBC folate, serum vitamin B12, hemoglobin and ferritin was checked among those who had reported purchasing PDS fortified flour and those who reported not purchasing PDS fortified atta in the same population that we had tested at the time of the baseline survey. Comparison of pre and post fortification adjusted prevalence of folate and vitamin B12 and iron deficiency among the purchased and non-purchased group was done. So I mentioned, so we had 52 villages, 55 enumeration blocks in both the districts. Household survey was done in 1,115 study participants. Non-pregnant women of reproductive age survey were identified in 933, and non-pregnant women of reproductive age group out of this, 866 consented to give the sample. In phase 3, when we went back after the study was implemented, in the meantime, I would like people to remind that we had a huge, there was a COVID, there was a pandemic, and the study was actually done during the period where the pandemic was there in the entire population. So at that time, the government of Haryana actually also introduced a policy where we said 3 kgs of fortified flour and 2 kgs of millet. But this was a time when we had gone to the field. We wanted to see, like, even before we went into the field, that if the people were actually having the flour. So it was found that most of the people, probably because of the COVID, were actually consuming the flour, over 90%. Out of that, I think between 60 to 70%, I do not have the exact numbers, felt satisfied with the quality of the flour that was being distributed, but there was a significant number which were not actually satisfied with the quality of the flour. But because it was at the time of COVID, and the people who were consuming it did not have much choice. And so there was a very high acceptance and consumption during that period. So the food insecurity part, that time in the COVID, actually PDS completed that entire part. So that's why even the people we were able to contact had actually had their flour and had it during that period of time. So when we went back at the time of phase 3, we had information of around 545 people who had, whether they purchased or did not purchase, but were enrolled in the PDS fortified atta. So as you can see, out of the total, 128 did not purchase out of the total 545 that I had mentioned, but 417, that is a majority, actually reported purchase of PDS fortified atta. So what was the profile of the people who did not have the atta? So again, you can see most likely it was a general category that did not purchase the PDS fortified atta. If you belong to the other backward classes and scheduled castes, you are more likely to have the PDS purchases who took the atta. Again, education played a major role where we see there is a significant, like people who were higher educated were less likely to have purchased the PDS fortified atta as compared to, uh, uh, I think, secondary and above as compared to people who had no education. So pre and post fortification comparisons. Overall, if you see, when we started the study and when we stopped the study, overall, the optimal RBC folate concentrations had improved. So this is called as a population effect. So even when you are going, and since it is a population-based study and the research team is there, so there's a lot of dissemination of this regarding the eating of healthy food. Overall, the RBC folate levels had improved. But what was striking is The levels in the purchaser group was much higher and it was above the recommended RBC folate concentrations of prevention of neural tube defects in the uh, among the participants who actually consumed the fortified flour, as compared to the people in the non-purchaser group, which were likely to be more educated and belonging to the higher caste, but probably because they had a higher higher ability to purchase, they probably went for a healthier food, but it was still not enough because probably it was less fortified. Because in the general market, the most of the fortified food that was available was as per the new FSSAI guidelines. They were not using the fortified food that had the fortified flour as per the previous WHO guidelines. So this was a stark difference that you can see. So this is again that we can see the difference was significant in the pre and the post fortification among the non-purchaser and the purchaser group. Same for the serum vitamin B12. Where both non-purchasers and purchasers, pre and post fortification comparisons have shown overall improvement in the micronutrient levels. Hemoglobin levels again, it is similar. And as you say, even if the non-purchaser group was ability to purchase in the market, the iron levels remain similar in the levels that were identified through FSSAI at that point. There was no change in the iron levels in the new guidelines. In fact, in the ferritin, the non-purchasers, it was more. And this is the overall that we can see that there is a significant reduction in insufficiency, deficiency, and in both RBC folate, serum folate, vitamin B12, and anemia. In summary, there is an increase in adjusted geometric mean concentrations of all studied biomarkers post-fortification, decrease in adjusted prevalence of folate and vitamin B12 deficiency, insufficiency, anemia, and iron deficiency among the purchasers and non-purchasers of the PDS fortified atta. Purchasers of PDS fortified atta, RBC folate geometric mean concentrations are greater than 748 nanomole per liter, which is the optimal RBC folate concentration for neural tube defect prevention. With this, I will be stopping to just come back. Yeah. 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 Dr. Patel, if you can just ask if there are any questions around this, because then it is the next study that you will be starting. Because this is something that as we go along, I wanted to be more interactive rather than just that me speaking and not trying to understand.
Yes, ma'am. I think you can continue, and at the last we'll ask if.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. So as we are starting the next, and I'll be asking Dr. Gajendra to take over. Just to give you the summary, the study might seem small, but just to give this the perspective to the students who are sitting, this required a lot of coordination and advocacy at every level. So anytime you think how the research impact has to be at scale. So people who actually were working with us in this area actually got trained and went on to, like, when we started the plus F fortification and were trained at Haryana, went on to occupy. They do get picked up to lead at the policy level, especially in the administrative region. So I think that is where there's the beauty of a well done project, where there's a lot of advocacy and it's done well, and how it impacts. Because if you, this is the capacity building, there's advocacy, and the people who are do the capacity building, if they are able to occupy at the policy level, it can impact the entire country. So this is something that we can talk about as we are taking, but that is why I said anything you do at the level of the implementation research needs to be included at the level of the state or at the policy level. So there is a lot of intersectoral coordination and the implementation is for scale. So this project went on to this, and it is a precursor of the national tree fortification policy that was announced by Prime Minister of India for the rice fortification in 2000, I think it was around 2020, 2019 for the rice fortification. So with that, I think I'll ask Dr. Gurjinder to take over. But this is again, I will request the students to think over why we need fortification and what is the population level that we are looking at. We took a problem, we identified the population, we coordinated with the state, and the food security part actually came in when the COVID pandemic came in. So all these three things actually come into play when we are talking about. For this, I hand it over to Dr. Gurjinder to take it from
Okay. Hello everyone. Am I audible? Hello. Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Yeah, thank you so much. Hi, myself, Dr. Bujendra. I work with Dr. Mona Dukal and Dr. Reena Das. So I was part of all these studies, and now Mona ma'am, she has talked about Haryana demonstration project on wheat flour fortification. Now I'll be discussing another three studies. One is on salt fortification, then another on rice fortification, and then impact of fortification on thalassemia carriers. So last month I visited this Central University of Haryana, Mahendragarh, to give a lecture on rice fortification. Also, I met Deshpal sir. So today I'll be discussing my experience, how we worked on various vehicles of fortification, that is wheat, which is already discussed by Monamam, and then salt, rice. So this study, which you can see on the screen, effect of genetically fortified salt on micronutrient status of non-pregnant women of reproductive age in Punjab, India. So we have seen the impact of fortified salt on the micronutrient status of women of reproductive age and also preschool children. So the goal of multiply fortified salt study was to evaluate the impact of quintuply fortified salt. Quintuply means we have added 5 micronutrients with iron in the form of encapsulated ferrous fumarate, zinc, vitamin B12, folic acid, and iodine versus quintuply fortified salt with iron in the form of encapsulated ferric pyrophosphate plus EDTA, zinc, vitamin B12, folic acid, iodine versus iodized salt. So we have used 3 type of salt. So it was a totally blinded study. So we didn't know which packet has which type of salt. So basically, in India, in the W45 salt, government usually uses the encapsulated form of iron, that is ferrous fumarate. But the studies showed that the acceptability of ferrous fumarate salt was very less. So we wanted to try the other type of iron also, that is encapsulated ferric pyrophosphate with EDTA. So this study was conducted among non-pregnant women of reproductive age and preschool children. So we took mother-child pair in our study to to assess the impact. So this study was done in 2 phases, phase 1 and phase 2. So in the phase 1, it was a cross-sectional study in which we enrolled 100 women of reproductive age, and we took their blood sample and we assessed their micronutrient status. So it was a baseline survey so that we could get an idea what is the prevalence of the micronutrient deficiencies among women in Punjab. So based upon those only, so we have made our salt, fortified salt, and we have given it to the community for 1 year. So in the summary of phase 1 findings of
100 non-pregnant women of reproductive age, it showed that anemia prevalence, then iron, ferritin levels, and then B12 deficiency, folate deficiency, it was quite high among women of reproductive age. You can see the anemia prevalence was 37%, ferritin was 67%, and if you can see vitamin B12 deficiency was also 60%, and RBC folate deficiency was approximately 70%. Other micronutrients, they were also very deficient among women of reproductive age. So these were the findings of phase 1 of 100 non-pregnant women of reproductive age. So based upon the results of phase 1, we have designed our phase 2. So in the phase 2, it was a double-blind, randomized, controlled, community-based trial. So the study groups which I have already discussed were salt fortified with iron in the form of ferric pyrophosphate plus EDTA, zinc, vitamin B12, folic acid and iodine, and then another salt was fortified with iron in the form of encapsulated ferrous fumarate, zinc, vitamin B12, folic acid, iodine, and third salt was iodized salt. So all these salts were totally blinded, and then primary study population were women of reproductive age, and so in these slides I'm showing only the results for women of reproductive age, but we have included preschool children also. The eligibility criteria for the study was a woman should be between the age range of 18 to 49 years at the time of enrollment, and they should not be currently pregnant. So we have confirmed their pregnancy through urine pregnancy test, and then they should not be severely anemic. That is, their hemoglobin concentration should be more than 8 gram per deciliter, and they should be permanent resident of the study village, and they should not have any serious health issues, and they should be willing to use our refined salt provided by study as a primary source of household discretionary salt, and they should be successful, and they should be willing to give their blood during the blood collection. So the duration of intervention was 1 year, that is 12 months, but it was for cohort 1, but we have faced lot of exits during that 1 year. So we have taken the cohort 2 also, that is on another 200 women of reproductive age, and their follow-up was only for 6 months. But for the originally recruited women of reproductive age, their follow-up period was for 12 months. The study setting was 34 villages of Mohali district of Punjab. So these were the different villages which in which we have conducted our study. So so there were like different activities for the study implementation, like starting from the sensitization of the community leaders. So before even the sensitization of community leaders, so we talked to NHM officials. We took their permission to conduct a study in Punjab, and through them, then we visited the SMOs of the Mohali district, and then we took their permission, and then we did the sensitization of community leaders and potential participants, and we started that in October 2022. After the sensitization of community leaders, including ASHAs, Panch, and then potential participants were women of reproductive age, and then we started the screening and enrollment. So how we did the screening and enrollment? Like first, on the very first day, we did their sensitization, and then we convinced them to use the fortified salt, and those who were interested, we went to their household with the help of ASHA, and then we screened following the eligibility criteria, and on the very next day, so we have given them a enrollment card so that they should bring on the next day for sampling, and then we took the blood collection, and then they at the common place only, and then we did the anthropometry and biochemical assessment, and at the common place we did the randomization for all those 3 type of salt. So the salt was totally blinded. So 3 types of each salt was divided into 2 colors. So there were total 6 colors for these 3 types of salt, and then the different colors for colored packets were randomized to the study participant, and then they were asked to use the salt for the whole household for like 1 year, and then we did the weekly visits for 6 weeks also, so that to check that whether they are using the salt or not. And then the monthly follow-up visits were also done, in which because we were providing only 1 month quantity to the whole household, and then after another month we were giving the salt again, and we were following this thing for 12 months. So 12-month follow-up period was done for cohort 1, and if you can see, the cohort 2 is for those newly enrolled women, because for cohort 1 there were a lot of exit rates and then biochemical assessment of micronutrients. So in the picture you can see, so there were different 6-color packets of salt. So each type of salt was divided into 2 colors, and we have given a container also to the study participants, so that, and the storage instructions were also given to them, like they should not keep it in the lid open, the container's lid should not be open. And then the opaque 500 salt packets were given, and the monthly visits to deliver salt to participant home. So how we have chosen that how much amount should be given, it was based upon the household size. That is, if a household has 1 to 5 people, then 1 kg of salt will be given to that household for per month. If the household size was 6 to 11 people, then we have given 1.5 kg per month, and then if the household size was more than 12 people, then we have given them 2 kg of the salt per month. Then during this 1 month interval, if any household they require extra salt, then we have given a supplementary supply also of 500 grams of salt to that household. So this is the flow chart of the study. So at baseline, we have screened 1270 women of reproductive age, out of which we have randomized. In the randomization, we will say that successful enrollment of women of reproductive age who accepted our study salt were 998. So these 998 women of reproductive age, they were categorized into 3 categories of based upon 3 type of salt. Then each category had around 333 women of reproductive age, and then out of these participants, various participants they exited during the first 6 months of study only. That is 42 they exited from iodized category, and then 58 from ferric pyrophosphate category, and then 57 they exited from ferrous fumarate category. So the at baseline we took the blood sample, and then at 6 months also we took the blood sample, and then at 12 months also we took the blood sample. So there were total 2 cohorts. Because our sample size was 798 for women of reproductive age, and those who were enrolled at baseline, 20% exit rate was there. So we had to re-enroll another 200 women to compensate our sample size. So there were 2 cohorts, cohort 1 and cohort 2. So if you can see in this graph, so first I'll tell you, in the phase 1 where we only did the assessment study of 100 women of reproductive age, so we assessed their daily utilization of iodized salt only. So daily utilization was approximately 6 gram per day. So when we found in phase 2 for fortified salt consumption, it was approximately similar to how they were using their iodized salt. And then the fortified salt consumption, it was uniform across all these 3 type of salt categories. In phase 2, so these are this table indicates the characteristics of study participants by intervention group at baseline. So the age range was 31 year in iodized salt category, then 32 in ferrous pyrophosphate, and then 32 years only in ferric fumarate study. So so we have divided them into different salt categories. So approximately 8.7% of the women, they were working in all the categories. And then body mass index was also uniform, that is 25. They were obese, they were in the obese category. And then anemia prevalence was 45% in iodized category and 50% in ferrous pyrophosphate and 48% in ferric fumarate category. So the result for this slide indicates the results for vitamin B12. So you can see that serum B12 deficiency was 40% higher in both. Serum B12 concentration was 40% higher in both QFS groups versus iodized salt groups at 6 months and 12 months. If you can see in the graphs also, the blue bars indicate baseline, red then 6 months, and green bars indicate yellow. Green bars indicate underlying category. So the B12 deficiency was decreased by 6 months and also by 12 months in both encapsulated ferric fumarate and encapsulated ferrous pyrophosphate compared to iodized salt category. So effects of holo-TC, MMA and homocysteine were also consistent. For folate also, RBC folate was 57 to 71% higher in QFS groups versus iodized salt groups at 6 months, 12 months, and odds of folate insufficiency were at least 80% lower in QFS groups versus iodized salt groups at 6 months and 12 months. Effects on serum folate were also consistent. For zinc, mean serum zinc was 2.1 microgram per deciliter higher, and odds of hypozincemia were 38% lower in encapsulated ferric fumarate versus iodized salt groups at 6 months. Non-significant increase in serum zinc and reduction in prevalence of hypozincemia in encapsulated pyrophosphate 20 fortified salt group at 6 months, and no difference was found at 12 months. Similarly for iron, so we have found our results significant only for D12 and folic acid only, but they were non-significant for iron, as there was non-significant increase in ferritin and decrease in serum transferrin in encapsulated ferric pyrophosphate ferric fumarate versus iodized salt group at 6 months. Non-significant reduction in iron deficiency in encapsulated ferric fumarate versus ferric pyrophosphate and iodized salt groups at 6 months and 12 months. And for hemoglobin and anemia, no differences in mean hemoglobin concentration or the prevalence of anemia across groups at 6 months and 12 months. For iodine also, we have not found any difference in thyroglobulin concentration at 6 months or 12 months. No difference in urinary iodine concentration at 6 months. And geometric mean of urinary iodine was slightly higher in encapsulated ferric fumarate groups at 12 months. Additionally, we did the qualitative study also. After 3 months of consumption, we did the qualitative interviews, and then at 6 months also, and then at 12 months also. So these qualitative results indicated that various participants, they were saying their views regarding the color, flavor, and other acceptabilities. So regarding the color, they were saying its color is bit strange. That is all whole white, which is this is a bit blackish color appears. It's all fine. Can we change the color? So, and then another participant was saying that it's look good like normal salt, but vegetables turn black when we put it in the dishes, and it has some medicinal taste also when we heat it, and it turns black. Taste is otherwise okay. So these were their views regarding the salt color, because we ourselves also found that when we went to the field, when they were cooking, so then their vegetables were turning black. So people were thinking that we are not giving the good quality salt, but it was due to iron that their vegetables were turning blackish. And then regarding the flavor, participants were saying it looks like a bit less salty from other salts, and those are used less, but this one is consumed more. In these dishes, whatever we add, it always remains less salty. And then another participant, they were saying it is fine, it tastes good now. In the beginning, when we first started having it, it felt odd, and also more of this salt is required. So to put in the vegetable, we put less with the other salt, other one. For example, 1 spoon is required with other salt, but now with this 2-3 spoons are required. So these were the views that their flavor also, the saltiness of the salt was also less in the 45 salt. Sorry, and regarding the size of salt grains also, the size is okay, but it doesn't get mixed. I told you that it doesn't get mixed. It floats and sparkles over the dish only like a whitish thing. And then other participants they were saying in the grains there is a bit of difference when added to buttermilk. The grains are chewable. Those grains have different taste. So these were the findings. So when I conclude this study by saying that encapsulated ferric fumarate and ferric pyrophosphate substantially improved the vitamin B12 folic status and lowered the odds of vitamin B12 insufficiency and folate insufficiency by at least 77%. At 6 months, serum zinc concentration was significantly higher and the prevalence of hypozincemia lower in the ferric fumarate versus iodized salt group. Improvement in zinc status were more modest in the ferric pyrophosphate group. Effects were not sustained at 12 months. Modest non-significant increase in serum ferritin concentration and modest non-significant reduction in serum transferrin in encapsulated ferrofumarate versus iodized salt group at 6 months. Encapsulated ferric fumarate group exhibited a non-significant reduction in the prevalence of iron deficiency at 6 months and 12 months also. 20-45 salt did not reduce anemia in our study population. A response in hemoglobin may vary according to baseline anemia status. There were no differences in thyroglobulin or urinary iodine concentration across groups. So these were the findings. So this is our study team. So our collaborators were from University of California, San Francisco, Dr. Christine McDonald. And then we all are here. So Professor Ina, she was the main PI for this study. Then I'll talk about rice fortification. So we have set up a technical support unit with Government of Haryana in support with United Nations World Food Program. So under this technical support unit, we are doing various activities across Haryana. So this technical support unit has been formed at Department of Hematology in PGI Chandigarh. The MOU was signed on 19 October 2023 and the induction trainings were conducted in 2023, divided into 4 sessions and 2 field visits. So these orientation and trainings were given by WFP persons. So then now we are at PGI, we are independently doing the monitoring visits. We are conducting the public lectures throughout Haryana at medical colleges, universities, and other academic institutes. So several public lecture on rice fortification was organized across Haryana. All the participants were sensitized, which included HOD, senior medical officers, students from different departments and medical institutes. And then rice fortification sensitization lectures were also done at Ocean Pakwada in colleges across Chandigarh. And then we also, I'm also a member of this technical support unit, I along with my other colleagues. So we conducted, we also went for training at nurture program conducted by St. John's at Bangalore. So it was a 20-day program. So we also went there, and then we also got trained as master trainers during the gender integration in health and nutrition by Gender Health Organization. And then we are doing the independent monitoring and field visits to rice mills, schools, anganwadis, then fortified rice kernel units, and sorry. So we are compiling these reports and submitting to WFP, and also we are meeting the government of Haryana and we are updating them regarding the progress of how rice fortification is being done and how people are consuming. So because rice fortification is given through various channels like PDS, then midday meal, then ICDS. So we are following all these channels, and then we are, if there are any drawbacks or anything is needed, we are supporting the government. And then another study, so this study has a history behind it. It is the impact of fortified wheat flour on micronutrient status among carriers of beta thalassemia. So this is an ongoing study. So when rice fortification was started in India by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, so it started, and then various activists they started saying that fortification, iron fortification, it is leading to iron overload among thalassemia patients, and it is not good for them. But thalassemia, it is of two types. One is thalassemia major, and then another is thalassemia carriers. So thalassemia carriers are people having one gene normal and another having thalassemia on it, but they are totally normal until and unless they get tested for thalassemia. So they live normal life. They can also have iron deficiency and other micronutrient deficiency. So putting a warning label on fortified food that people with thalassemia or sickle cell disease, they should not consume iron fortified food. So it leads to some, misinformation among people with misinformation among thalassemia carriers also. And there were no studies across the world which showed that fortification is causing any impact on thalassemia carriers. So we have written a proposal to ICMR, and now we are conducting a study to assess the impact of fortified uh, food on micronutrient status among thalassemia carriers. So so basically, these are the primary information which are indicating that beta thalassemia prevalence is only 3 to 4% in Punjab, and they are thalassemia carriers. They are asymptomatic. That they can also have iron deficiency, anemia. Their iron deficient stores are also there, and there is limited data on iron and micronutrient status in thalassemia carriers in countries and with iron fortification. So the objective of our study is to screen screening of beta thalassemia carriers. Just 1 second. Uh, 1 second. Sorry. Uh, So objectives of our thalassemia study is to screen for beta thalassemia carriers, that is beta thalassemia trait, in districts where fortified food is available and not available through public distribution system, and assessment of vitamin B12 deficiency, folate deficiency, anemia, iron status, and inflammation in the study area, and then comparison of anemia, iron status in beta thalassemia carriers in district where fortified food is available through PDS and where it is not available. And then comparison of folate and B12 deficiency among beta thalassemia carriers in districts where fortified wheat flour is available through PDS and where it is not available. So our study area is Mohali district of Punjab. So it is basically a case control study So we are doing the study in Punjab and Himachal Pradesh. In Punjab, no fortified food is available through PDS, and in Himachal Pradesh, government is providing the fortified food through PDS. So the total sample size is 6,000, which includes 3,000 from Punjab and 3,000 from Himachal Pradesh. And the enrollment of participant is 50%. That is, 1,500 will be males and 1,500 will be females from each state. And if we found any beta thalassemia carrier, then the entire family will be assessed for beta thalassemia carrier status. In this study, we are collecting the background information on household socio-demographic characteristics and procurement of fortified wheat flour, utilization and practices, food security status, and dietary diversity. Participants will be scheduled for blood collection at the common place, which can be primary health center or Anganwadi center. And then peripheral blood collection, we are doing at 8 between 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. And then for thalassemia carrier screening, we are taking 3 ml blood sample. So this is the flow chart. So in this study, we have already completed the blood collection from Punjab, and then we have started from Haryana. So total 6,000 samples will be collected, and from those we'll be screening beta thalassemia carrier status through Suzuka app, and then we'll also be testing their HPLC status, and then we will be comparing the results from both these states to assess the impact of fortification on thalassemia carriers. So the summary of all projects. So first, the wheat flour fortification, it improved the folic acid, B12, iron status, effective via PDS, midday meal and ICDS channels. Then multiply fortified salt study, it enhanced B12 and folate status and modest impact on zinc and iron and no change in anemia. And then rice fortification, so the TSU has been established and we are giving the trainings and sensitizations are being conducted and monitoring and field visits are also ongoing. And in thalassemia carriers, the ongoing assessment of micronutrient status in beta thalassemia carriers in fortified versus non-fortified regions. So challenges in implementations are there. There are limited awareness among communities, supply chain gaps like procurement, quality control and distribution, ensuring bioavailability and acceptability of fortified food and sustained financing and interdepartmental coordination, which is a task because we have to take a lot of permissions, and then monitoring the impact at scale. So way forward is to expand fortified food distribution through PDS across more states, continue impact evaluation with robust biomarkers and surveillance, prioritize anemia reduction via complementary interventions and train frontline workers and improve community awareness, align policies to support long-term, large-scale food fortification implementation and integrate gender-sensitive and equity-focused approaches. Thank you so much. Any questions? So I know it was a very lengthy presentation and we have concluded 4 studies in this. Yeah.
Ma'am, definitely there are many questions. As you mentioned, your study was too long. So definitely there are many questions. So I would like to start from first. Is fortified salt equally effective across age groups? As you mentioned, different age groups you targeted.
No. So in our multiply fortified salt, the age one was women of reproductive age between the age range of 18 to 49 years. So the effect was uniform across the ages.
Ma'am, although reproductive age is also like different, it's the big criteria you used. So some are definitely unmarried one and few are married one, some have children as well. So is there any impact beyond that, like age के beyond आप कुछ effect?
हाँ, so ma'am, जो हमारी study थी ना, so it was so I'll talk about multiply fortified salt study. So it was a combination of 2 studies. So funded by Bill Melinda Gates Foundation on women of reproductive age and another on preschool children by Pressure Foundation USA. So we in our study we took mother-child pair. So those who were having the mother's age should be between 18 to 49 years of age, and children, they should have a child between the age range of 1 to 5 years. So we were providing the salt to the whole household, not only that mother-child pair only. So everyone was consuming that salt, but we took the blood sample only from mother-child pair. And yes, the impact was uniform. So for because we have recently concluded this study, so we haven't checked the result of preschool children, but definitely for women of reproductive age, it poses a very good impact on reducing the micronutrient deficiency, especially folic acid and B12 deficiency.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, ma'am. Another one is major challenges faced during double fortification products.
Doubly fortified, yeah.
Yes, yes.
So, except in W45 salt study, they use encapsulated ferric fumarate type of iron. So, but the acceptability was, as I have said, that there was acceptability issues. The people were not using. They were saying that dishes are turning blackish. The grain size was also not accepted. They were saying these grains they were floating on the vegetable curry or any buttermilk. So to just test whether we can use iron in the form of ferric pyrophosphate, so we have checked their accessibility, but the acceptability issue, they are uniform across all these categories. So basically, when we started this study, this salt is quantities fortified. 5 micronutrients are added. So we thought that in one category we should remove iron. We should not add iron, so that we'll check the acceptability whether people are now accepting it. But then it was a bigger decision. But yes, acceptability was impacted by iron.
Another one is, ma'am, does fortified salt influence lactobacillus growth?
So we have conducted this gut microbiome studies also, but their results are underway. So we haven't assessed those. So when we get those results, definitely we'll share. But as I've told you, it is a recently concluded study. We just assessed the micronutrient status only. So that thing is not checked yet.
Another one is, ma'am, how can findings from this study guide national fortification policies?
So we have developed a technically advisory group for this study. So various meetings were held with ICMR officials, FSSAI officials. So because salt is uniformly people are uniformly using it. So for example, rice, there is 65% consumption rate of rice throughout country. So few states they are not consuming rice, and similarly for wheat. But salt everyone is using. So if we do the fortification in salt, definitely it can go to the policy level. Yeah. So Dr. Mona is also with me.
Ma'am, what statistical methods were used to determine the impact of fortification?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. What statistical methods were used to determine the impact of fortification?
So regression method were used, ANOVA were used. So if you can see in the slides also, we used the linear regression, and then multinomial regressions were used to check the impact of the micronutrients. These were the method. These methods were used, but we have the statisticians from University of California also. They were helping us to analyze the results.
Okay, ma'am.
मेथड यूज करते हैं ना
Linear regression में
वो भी स्पेसिफिक मेथड भी यूज करते हैं I think for many of the fortification trials, if you see, for that we had done the geometric regression at that point. And there are specific methods that have been identified that have been now standardized over a period of time with the Emory University and CDC. So if you have a look at it, I think you will be able to understand. But they are much more like, I think that requires a lot of training. And if you are interested, I think this is something that has to be taken up separately as a project.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. How were dropout rates managed or minimized during a such large scale study?
Can you just
Ma'am, how we can reduce or manage the minimize the dropouts during the large scale studies?
Okay, that's a very good question. So many of the implementation research studies, specifically if you look, these are all studies that require extensive biomarker collection. So it is not very easy. So in both wheat and salt, generally for the biomarker collection, if it is the adult population, it requires a lot of community sensitization. There is a whole module how you have to sensitize the community. So at village level, it is much easier. At the level of semi-urban or urban, it gets more difficult. First, because it is a more working class population, and also I think acceptance at the urban and the peri-urban areas, we are less likely to find the people at home at the time that we are looking for. Rural population, if you actually look, it is much easier because at the village level, you can actually you can meet with the sarpanch and the ASHA workers. It is a well documented system who you should be able to take under your. So for most of the biomarkers that were done at the rural areas, overall we were able to have 90% of the people we could go back and get the blood sample. 5 years is a big time when you go back. The most of the dropouts were generally because either the women got married or they had left the place. But for the people like if you have seen the multiply fortified salt, although the dropout was much higher when we had enrolled women with their children, but when we had only women without children which were enrolled, the overall acceptance and consent was at a level of 95%. But what goes in behind is that it has requires very good field staff who is able to convince, have the proper consent, and lot of community sensitization. So sensitization has to start at the level of the PHC or the local local PHC level where you have the SMO, then the ASHA coordinator, then the ASHAs, the Sarpanch, and the people who will be like key people like the Anganwadi workers and everybody, they need to be sensitized. And then, of course, the community itself. So that needs to be very strong so that the entire community is convinced that the intervention or whatever you are doing is for the community. And then you will be get a lot of compliance.
Thank you, ma'am. What type of side effects or tolerability issues were observed during this type of study? Fortified food, specifically as.
Okay. If you have been reading the literature, I think the biggest problem is the color because of the use of iron, both at the level of wheat flour and in the iron. So in wheat flour, when the program was rolled out, one of the biggest caveats was that the color of the flour used to turn black. So a lot of so then the way and the state machinery actually kicked in at the level of the wheat flour, where there was a behavioral change communication unit at the NHM level. They did a lot of this counseling and other things to ensure that this where they were getting the complaints, they went in, they actually talked about it to make sure that those effects were mitigated at that point. Because it was at the state level, population level, so state did the entire behavioral communication counseling part, and so that the acceptance was there. For the study, because it was an RCT in multiply fortified salt, again, our research teams, we made sure that they were available 24 hours for any of that to ensure that the compliance and if there was any problem, we used to go in, counsel them, and to ensure that whatever was being consumed was acceptable, but we still had a lot of dropout rates because of the color. So color was a big issue, and that is something that we need to look in.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, my question is among wheat, rice, and salt fortification, which one do you think has the biggest potential in India and why?
Uh, so I think it is a question that will require more studies at this point. We do have now the evidence is being generated at the India level. Because some of the micronutrients will do well at the level of which fortificant vehicles, that is something that now needs to be uh, discussed. So those conversations have started because if we look at iron overall we have realized the acceptance has been much poor as compared to and the impact also is we see because of iron the acceptability of the overall fortificant vehicle has gone down. But if you remove like iron, probably the acceptance of the other like vitamin B12 and folate might be more. So those conversations have started and to see like is biofortification is a better method for iron and for salt, which is a fortification for like as a fortificant, which fortificant level needs to be discussed. And because if you know like iron, like with salt, now the general trend is we are recommending that it should be less than 5 grams because of the hypertension that is associated with it. So how much fortificant can be added to the salt and how can we maximize the impact at the level we want to use so that we do not increase the other problems. Similarly, I think the consumption we see rice. Rice is majority, it is consumed in the southern states. 40% is like the wheat flour fortification, that is the belt of UP, Rajasthan, the northern states, that is a 40% that consumes wheat. So at what level, which fortificant is going to be important, that needs to be done. And salt, we have realized, is probably easier to manage, and the quality level might be easier if we see. But then it is like how much salt is good and how much salt is bad, and how much it will be able to do as a fortificant. Rice, again, it depends because with a lot of the eating habits, especially in the urban areas, a lot of people are eating outside. It is not being consumed now like that. I'm not cooking the food. So this is something again as a debate and more studies required to be done.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Madam, you were talking about that adjusted geometric mean, but if we had just taken a simple mean, we could have also identified the outliers on the extreme deficient levels, and we could have identified them for further management.
Yeah, so so this is the first level of analysis that we always do. The geometric mean part was done as the next level, just to ensure whatever we are doing, because I'm not a statistician and I will not be able to answer the question that you have asked to the in a technical language. But what you have said is exactly that was done before we actually moved to the geometric mean, and we do have those detailed analysis in the report that we had done. So geometric mean is like the final. I think I'm forgetting the name of the method that we generally use that is done. I'll get Dr. Tejpal, I will get back to you. I think this is something that we have, that is a standardized method that we use for in fortification. I think Dr. Helena might have even talked about it earlier. So I'll get back to you with the method that is used and why we use the geometric mean. But this is the first level of analysis that we have said we have done it before we move to the geometric mean.
Madam, one more question.
Yeah.
You added EDTA to the ferric pyrophosphate, but not to ferrous fumarate. That is because of ferrous. What is the reason?
EDTA versus in the salt. EDTA in you want to answer that question? I think it is. Can you repeat the question?
Madam, EDTA was added to ferric pyrophosphate, but not to ferrous fumarate. Why?
Okay. I think when this was a question more about regarding like more on the physiological side. So our partners at St. John's, they were actually looking at the physiological studies when we were doing it. So this was more related to when it is goes to the gut, how much is absorbed. So that is something that is like for the final recommendations. If we add a particular thing to the like the salt, like EDTA, how much is it absorbed when it is ingested in the blood levels, and how much it is increased. So that was more of the question on the physiological side. because I think it was around the acceptability and something around the physiological side, and like from the gut, how much is absorbed to make a difference in the at the biomarker level.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah.
How can multi-sectoral collaboration between government agencies, private industry, and civil society be enhanced to improve the implementation and sustainability of food fortification initiatives?
So this is a project that is a perfect example of that. So it was initiated at the level of the government. It was taken up by our development partners. So the entire advocacy was actually done. I think it was initiated at the government level, but even at the government level, for to scale up, the entire advocacy was done by our development partners that included FFI and GAIN at that point. And now we have the World Food Program that is there. So that is the first part. At the at the private sector level, when we had identified what are the levels of the salt we are looking at, the salt packets were actually done at the level of JSK, that is a private firm in Rajasthan. For the wheat flour, we had identified millers who required a lot of training how to do the wheat flour, and but to give the stamp, being the distribution was at the level of habit, because the PDS system, we wanted the something that was acceptable to the local population. So Hapid in the Haryana has a very like good name, and it is like uh, you can say it is equivalent to the quality. So if Hapid is distributing the PDS or through the PDS, that means the quality of the flour that was going to be given to the consumer would be of certain quality. So Hapid tied up with the local millers. So they were the main distribution with the Hapid stamp on it. So this is a perfect example. And then we had the women and child development thing, because the midday meal was also included in this. So how the fortified flour went to all this, and it was done at the level of the PDS, at the women and child development, at the level of midday meal, and the ICDS level. So this is the entire intersectoral coordination. And because it was at the policy level, it started at the districts, like in the two blocks, scaled up in the district of Ambala, followed by scaling up at the 5 districts in Haryana. At the national level, again, this is the entire process, because we had trained the capacity building. The person who was heading the NHM was then the in charge of the fortification at the national level at FSCC. So you can see at every level the coordination was there. It was private, it was government, it was the development partners, and of course we had the funders from across. Like we had the government funding the program, we had the ICMR funding the program, we had the Gates Foundation funding the program. So it was a lot of intersectoral coordination, and even the part that we are now sitting for the GIAN course, I think Dr. Tejpal will allude to it. We had the entire fortification course, I think 2 years back, where we had people coming from MD to give the coursework, and there has been a lot of capacity building since the program has started.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you be louder?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, during the different projects that you've done, you've fortified using B12. What is the source of B12 that you've used while fortifying the wheat flour, salt, or even rice?
These are all chemical fortificants. So I think this is something that it is not, we are not use any biofortification. These are standardized, like the government, whatever they have identified, the sources of, like where you have to procure the fortificant. So they are identified partners within the field, which from where that is procured.
So
So
you
that is
mean
something, yeah, something that we were not involved as academic partners. This was actually taken care at the level of, like we had other partners who took care of that. But it was actually standardized process when we had done it.
so do you mean that there are chemically uh, like we can create B12 in the lab?
No, this is a chemical fortificant, and it was we have identified, sourced it from the industry.
Yes, ma'am, but ideally speaking, B12 is supposed to be sourced either from animals or it is from the gut microbiota, right? So,
I
how would
totally
you
agree.
formulate it in
At
the
that,
lab?
yeah, I think this is again, that's what I said. It's good that you're starting to think how you want to source it. At this point, it was more about how do you integrate it within a like a fortificant vehicle, and this is totally a chemical fortification part that you will.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
Ma'am,
afternoon.
my question is that during your fortification study, do you come across any interaction of the fortified nutrients with those that was already present in the wheat or rice, like folate or B12, hindered or supported any nutrient that was already present in the wheat or rice?
I haven't done these kind of reflections except for cut microbiome. We were collecting supplementary so there were two ways to do it. So we have done a sub study. I think the results should be out at any point. The gut microbiome study with the total intention and the multiply fortified salt. But we did take the data of the supplementation or like and the other vehicles that might be fortified. But there was no way to test it, and we have not actually looked at it. This is a further question that has come out from the recent studies because there are now multiple vehicles of fortification. But this was not a research question. But we are in the process of publishing the microbiome study where we have actually started to look at whether having these multiple fortified vehicles on which we have the information, if that had an impact on the gut microbiome. It is a small study. I think, as of now, it shows that there was no interaction, but I think it requires a much larger sample to test that. But this is again that has been now identified as a future research question that we want to take up as we go forward.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, good
Yeah,
afternoon.
okay, ma'am. As you said about iron fortification food by salt and wheat. So, despite years of supplementation and fortification, in your view, what are the key gap in the implementation that young researchers should focus on addressing?
Okay, so fortification has just started, so we are still dealing with implementation challenges. So I think we have to give them. So any major impact, especially in the field of fortification, that we need to see is actually at least 5 years. So generally we say like if we want to say birth defect has decreased, which is the gold standard of any impact outcome that we are looking at for especially vitamin folate acid. That program has to be there in for implementation at least for 5 years. Regarding supplementation, because this has been a program that has been long now, it has been implemented. One of the major challenges has been again the uh, quality of the tablets that has been given at the field level. So there has been a lot of resistance and a lot of challenges, and people have not, like especially women, they have had a lot of gastric issues. So most of the women who have taken this, the feedback has been that they are not able to digest. And other programs is like because of the black stools and the other problems, the gastric distress and everything. Overall acceptance of iron has not been good. So those have been the challenges, and I think the major thing has been how we can identify other vehicles where we can deliver iron without facing the same challenges. That is how fortification came into the picture. But the overall quality, because of the metallic taste, poor implementation of the program, and inability to counsel the women of the importance of that, these have been the major factors which have been done. Again, because of this, I think now under the new anemia Mubarak program, if you are following, it is now You identify and intend to treat, you identify and you go after the person who has that problem with anemia and treat it even further with the intravenous iron. That is a new methods that we are doing. I've not been following it, but now this is what where the government is. We do not want to leave any patient in the field if it has been identified without being treated.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Is there any other question? No. So thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Mona, ma'am, for a wonderful lecture, and you have nicely connected the government policies and strategies, and you have shared your practical experiences during this session. So we are grateful to you, ma'am, and we are also equally grateful to Dr. Gurjinder, madam, for sparing the time. So, Mona madam and Gurjinder ma'am, thank you very much, and we hope to see you in our campus soon.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Keshwal, I know there were some questions that would require a broader answer. I will get back to you on that.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So especially the statistical part and I know the EDTA part. So we'll get back to the experts and I think because it would be good if they get their answers, we'll get that.
Sure, ma'am. That would be nice, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, if you can
Thank
just share the questions, we will get back to you with the written answers.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, sir.
With this, we conclude the second session of the day. Everyone is requested to have their lunch and join us for the next session after lunch. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Uma and now I'm going to give a quick briefing of the previous lecture on integrated planning and governance for food security through fortification. Dr. Mona highlighted how food fortification plays a crucial role in improving the nutritional status of our population, especially among the women of reproductive age, where anemia and micronutrient deficiency remains a major concern. She emphasized that around 30% of women of reproductive age are anemic and nearly 70% are deficient in the essential micronutrients such as zinc, iron, and vitamin B12. These figures shows the urgent need of strong governance and integrated planning in the nutrition programs. She explained how multi-sectoral convergence involving health, food, education, agriculture, and women and child development departments can ensure effective implementation of fortification programs. She also discussed the importance of policy support, monitoring system, and community awareness to make fortification sustainable and equitable. She included key projects undertaken by PGIMER Chandigarh in partnership with the government of Haryana and Punjab, such as wheat flour fortification in Haryana, which showed significant improvement in the folate, vitamin B12, and iron levels among women. Multiply fortified salt study in Punjab, which improved vitamin B12 and folate status among the participants. Rice fortification in Haryana, where a technical support unit was established for capacity building, field monitoring, and training, and an ongoing study on the beta thalassemia carriers to assess the micronutrient status in the fortified and non-fortified regions. Fortification is both feasible and impactful when supported by strong governance and interdepartmental coordination. She also pointed out the challenges such as supply chain gaps, quality control, and community acceptance, and stressed the need for continued research, monitoring, and gender sensitive approaches to the nutrition programs. In essence, this presentation beautifully connected science, governance, and community participation, showing how fortification is not just a technical process but a collaborative public health strategy that require planning, policy support, and active community participation to achieve the food and nutrition security goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Uma. Now let's move on to another engaging session and thought-provoking session. This session is a classroom discussion led by Dr. Antonio Rapso on a very relevant topic, the importance of food innovation and food neophobia assessment. Dr. Rapso will guide us through the challenges and opportunities in introducing new foods and how understanding food neophobia can shape the future of the food industry. We encourage you to all actively participate and bring your questions to the discussion. Over to you, sir.
So, good afternoon. I hope all of you have enjoyed your lunch and get started for our discussion on this topic. We have already discussed and make a presentation about it. That is the development of new foods, the food innovation, and the food neophobia assessment, and how important it is to make this assessment when we think on develop and to introduce a new food product on the market. And for that, I bring some figures that can make us think on it. So here we have some multidisciplinary approaches to address food security and regarded with innovation, food innovation. So these multidisciplinary approaches are required to effectively address the food security challenge, which result in the innovation technologies and approaches. We have here some examples related with the advancement in genetic engineering to develop high yield and disease resistant crops, using drones and big data analytics for precision farming, the expanding use of 3D bioprinting that I think that in the future days we will also have a lecture dedicated to this topic to produce non-animal based meat alternatives. And in this diagram you have all of these approaches that are very, very important to address when we think on the food security and their key directions. So if we see food safety, of course, when we talk about food security, it is implied to talk about food safety and the food traceability, reducing foodborne pathogens, and of course, we have also the goal to reduce the food waste. We have already discussed very in deep this topic in the last few days regarding the packaging, the supply chain, and also the enhancing of food sources from farming and the need we perhaps having sometimes to enhance to increase our productivity. And all the topic related with GMO, genetical modified crops, and the precision agriculture, the new technologies that are appearing that can help us. Of course, we need also to keep studying them, but we have good indicators that it can really help us in this enhancing on the food sources that are the heat, the sensors, the robotics. So it is important to be yes, to be to be in line with these new lines of knowledge that start to appear and are available to all of us. And then, of course, think on sustainability and the sustainable food sources, alternative sources, especially alternative sources for animal proteins that most of people or a large number of people are accustomed to include in their diets, and perhaps with this new era and the new knowledge, we should think a little bit if we should keep this intake, especially in so high amounts, or if we should think on to find some alternatives to these animal food products and animal sources of proteins. And we have already talked of some examples like the edible insects, like the jellyfish, like cultured meat. We didn't talk about it, but it is another possibility that is under studies, the possibility of making meat in the lab, and the 3D printed meat. So this is some examples, of course, the new plant-based foods that have similar characteristics to animal-based foods, but of course are made from plants. So all of these make us think to which direction we want to follow. Here we have some alternative protein strategies and these innovation strategies to develop alternative non-animal or fish. When we talk about non-animal, we are talking about also the fish protein sources for the food industry. And the problem-solving innovation strategy approach was used to design the startups ecosystem. And the problem to solve is to find an alternative to animal fish-based proteins. And when it comes to finding an alternative, there are three main options to consider that you can see in this figure. So, using a replacement, modifying existing non-animal non-fish sources of protein, and finally making an alternative source of proteins. Regarding the replace, in this option involves the use of regular available substitutes for the target compound, for example, current vegetarian dietary options. And when we talk about modifying, this option looks at modifying some existing non-animal, non-fish sources of proteins to substitute the target compound, for example, the insect-based protein, or make, in the third case, make this option when we are talking about making, it is related from a product innovation standpoint, providing the most potential while holding the biggest challenge. It includes using novel technology process to make proteins, and these are the examples of cultured meat, 3D bioprinting, and the precision fermentation. Of course, the technology, in case the food technology, also makes the steps forwards, and we should accompany and see their possible advantages, and of course see the drawbacks, because perhaps it is not everything an advantage. This is the challenge to see if it really can be a good option from the point of view of the consumer when we are talking about the end product. Here we have some alternative protein food regarding the mass market challenges and the approaches. So when we speak about the three A's, we have the three A's of challenges of alternative proteins mass market. We are talking about affordability, price level that is affordable for a large consumer segment, regarding the raw materials cost, the scalable manufacturing process, and of course the collaborations with mature food companies and raw material suppliers, the startups and industry partnerships and private public funding is essential. Then we have the acceptability regarding the consumers, if they are satisfied, if they are willing with the product performance, so regarding the organoleptic, the sensory properties of the product, regarding the taste and appearance. And for this, it is important, of course, the research and development of the products, the startups, and of course the funding. And finally, the accessibility. Food legislations are in place to enable market access. Of course, all of these must be under the legislation of in each country, and of course, the safety of the marketing product must be assured, and no potential risks for the health of the consumer must be posed in question. And then on the other way, but very well connected with these new technologies, new innovations, new ways of thinking to modify what the consumers are accustomed to buy and to consume, we have the food neophobia, and we have the kind of food avoiding by neophobic, as we have already discussed in last days of our course. So there are several factors that can affect the disposal for a person, for a population, to even try a new product produced from a new kind of technology, or that is not custom, that is not an habit for that population to see it as food, to start this consumption, and to start to introduce it in their diet. So in this figure, we have some type of food avoidance regarding with food neophobia, and this include internal or external factors. So we have here mentioned the food from different cultures. So what is accepted in one culture, maybe it cannot be accepted in the other. We have here, for example, a very good example of beef. Here it is not even allowed for people to consume it, and you have in some countries, in the US, for example, and even in my country, that is very, very consumed. So this is a question of culture. Another thing, unfamiliar food. For example, the insects in my culture, they are not familiar, so it is not even related as food. So it can be strange, the unusual food also, the food of unknown origin. Some people, of course, wants to know the origin of the products they buy. The functional and the convenience food, the food produced by nanotechnology, new brand food on the market, novel food, healthy food as alternative versions of already known food. All of these things can make people avoid or not these new foods that are introduced or they are intended to be introduced in the market. And regarding external factors, you can mention if we are talking about an urban or a rural population of consumers, the income of the family, of the weight of the family, of the consumers, level of education, the exposure to novel foods, and of course all of their experiences. The gender, the ethnicity, the age, the ideology, of course the dietary habits, all of these also affect the willingness of a population, the people, to be more open to try and to incorporate some kind of novel foods, new products in their daily lives. And based on this, and of course what we have already talked in previous sessions on special, especially on food neophobia, I would like to know your questions, know your comments, what you think about this, and please let me know. Let me know your point of view. You have time to discuss.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, how might reducing food neophobia increasing overall market efficiency by expanding consumers' food choices and reducing waste due to rejection of new food?
Yes, that is one of the goals of people, food companies, and people who are innovating and who are developing new food products to introduce them in one specific market, in one specific target population. First is to study the population characteristics. It is difficult, or it can not be very successful to first develop the food product and then to introduce in that population. You first have to have the socio-cultural characterization of that population, what they are used to consume, their traditions, and so on. For example, I can develop a wonderful new food product based on beef, and then to introduce here, people will not will not consume it. This is a very clear example. The same, I can think in a wonderful food product based on insect-based protein, and to introduce that in my country, it will be very, very difficult. So we have to see the traditions and respect. We cannot make innovation only because we think it's good, it's nice, or because it is in fashion, or someone in one part of the world makes some study and find it interesting. Because what can be interesting and what can be it works here, perhaps in the other regions of the world it will not. So the first step, in my opinion, is to make a photograph, to make a very in-depth study of the target population where you want to introduce, where you want to develop that product. And of course, then it makes sense that that product be based on local raw materials. In my opinion, that makes more sense, and then see the specific needs of that population. If we see that, for example, we have a very high deficiency in iron, or in some kind of vitamin or micronutrient, it is worth mentioning that we should think in something that can be good in that way, to supplement or to overcome that special needs. And then, of course, at least, but not the last, but not at least, the taste, the sensorial properties that are also mentioned here. Because if all the other aspects we can achieve, all the other goals we can positively achieve, but at the end, when we give that new food product to the people, and people will not appreciate it from the point of view of texture, of taste, of appearance, it will not be successful. And food companies, the food industry, of course, they want to have success. They want to give the product, like all the companies. A company wants to give the product that most of the people are looking for. So the company will give, or will put in the market, the type of product that that population, the target population, are looking for, and have not so much alternatives in the market. So when I find all these characteristics, when I have the possibility to develop a food product, in this case with all that characteristics, the possibilities, the probabilities of I am successful are greater. So I think this is the important point, I think, to bring here the knowledge of neophobic, to see if we have a more neophobic or more neophilic population, is because of that. Because it's much easier to introduce or to develop new foods, and especially with great differences from the foods that people are accustomed to eat, in a population that are much more neophilic than neophobic. Because if people simply don't want to try, how we will how will put this product in the market? How will, because people with what I have, I like to eat what I am accustomed to. I'm accustomed to prepare the foods in this way, to consume, to eat this kind of foods, and simply I don't see any need, or I'm not motivated to try something different. And sometimes we can find these opinions. And in the others, there are people that are willing to try everything. They have curiosity. They have no fear to taste something that is quite new, that they never taste in their lives. But we should assess this firstly to see how can we be more innovative, or how can we be more challenging, and to introduce or try to introduce something on the market very, very quite different from what population are accustomed. So this is relevant.
Thank you, sir. So one more question. So what are the economic implications of food neophobia for companies in terms of marketing costs and pricing strategies to encourage trial and adoptions?
Yes, yes, all of that is related, and it is very important to make these studies, because companies can lose a lot of money if they introduce a product on the market, and if you have a very neophobic population that even don't want to test it. So that's one of the reasons that we should make this evaluation, and perhaps in a very neophobic target population, the differences between this new product to be developed should be minor, or should be slightly compared with other populations, because they are not able to try something too much different from what they are accustomed to. So that is one of the reasons it's so important to see the profile, the psychological profile, the identity, and this personality, if we are in the presence of neophobic or neophilic people. Yes, of course, that is very well related with this, and as an economical impact.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So my question is, do you think AI and digital technologies can help predict or analyze food neophobia patterns and guide targeted nutrition interventions?
If food technological,
Digital technology and
digit,
AI.
if digital technology, but which digital technology? Can you give me some example of what you are talking about?
Like AI.
Yeah, yes, of course. That's one of the topics, and of the future, of course, it can help, but studies must be developed. At this point, we don't have so much studies in that way, but of course, it can help to draft the personality and see if that population can be more or less neophobic, and of course, that's very relevant for people, for researchers, for the food companies that are designing, that are developing new foods, of course. And that is already mentioned here with the EA, in the sense of robotics, all of these new technologies applied to the food science. I believe that in the near future they will be very relevant, of course, if used in a good way. Yes, yes, for sure.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon,
Good
sir.
afternoon.
So, how can food innovator design product that can overcome neophobia? Like by like creating the integrating the familiar taste in the food. Like,
Yes, of course, if we see we are in presence of a neophobic population, and we still want to introduce there some new food products, what can we do to be that population be more familiarized? That's the only way at this point I see. It will be with some explaining sessions, with some training, of course, but that will depend on the grade of neophobic people are, because some people perhaps can change their opinion. If I explain this product is quite similar to those one you are also consuming, its taste is very similar, but the environment footprints are very less harmful. It can bring to you some health benefits. If for some people, perhaps this kind of strategy, this training, these formation plans it can work, but of course we will have people that don't care nothing about it. I don't care about sustainability. I don't care if this will have a huge environment harmful or not. I don't care if I pay more or less, and I don't want to taste it because I don't want. That will depend, of course, the grade level of how neophobic they are. But of course, I'm sure that with perseverance, with some sections and how we are close to the communities to join them, the new food developers, the scientists, the food scientists, the nutritionists, all the health professionals, be closer to these populations and communicate properly with the populations. I believe we can transform some of these neophobic people in less neophobic and perhaps make them at least try. They can say, I don't like, I don't want to consume, but at least they tried this new food, this new thing. Because if you don't try, you can't, of course, some things are not culturally accepted. And that, of course, is more difficult. It will be very difficult, for example, for when people come here and say to you, you have to try beef because beef has this, that is more difficult. But in some other cases, with some explanations, with some time, with some sessions, it is possible to make at least people try these new foods. Then, of course, it can happen that people will not accept, will not like for a lot of reasons, but at least try. And that is possible, that is possible. And that is the way I think we can work on.
Indeed, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My question is, why is food innovation essential in addressing global challenges like malnutrition, sustainability, and food security? Like, in what ways it can help address these challenges?
In a very different ways. So we have very different ways that food innovation and innovation regarding new technology, less harmful, of course, for the environment and regarding sustainability, the reutilization, the reuse. I think we have already talked about this in our previous sessions. The reuse, the recycling of foods to give some proper use, for example, to management to the leftovers and of course make some substitution of some animal sources we have mentioned also here today with others for plant-based or even design in lab, of course, some studies and some of this technology and these new food products must be better studied, but we have a lot of examples that it can, of course, helps. Yes, the micro is off.
One more question, sir. How can food industries and educators work together in overcoming neophobia among people?
Yes, they can and they must work together because if we see that they have the common interest for food industry to put in a market a new food, to develop new foods, they want that people will consume, they want that people buy. It depends of their success. And of course, it is the role of the educators also to, based on the dietary guidelines they have already we have to make a better role from the point of view of sustainability, less deficiencies in macronutrients. We have already talked here. So there is a common goal between both, and it is a big interest. They can work together. It is not an interest from one side. So they can and they must work together. Yes, for sure, for sure.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon,
Good
sir.
afternoon.
Sir, what are the common methods to access food neophobia in children and adults? And how reliable are self-reported food preference survey in this context?
The common between the excess of food you and food neophobia.
No,
Yeah.
I'm asking what are the common methods
The common methods
to access food neophobia in children and adults?
between the common methods between food neophobia, children.
Common method to assess.
Common methods to assess the food neophobia. We have the food neophobia scale that I have already mentioned. The structure validated questionnaire that must be adapted to each target population and to assess how neophobic is that a population or not. And after applying that questionnaire, we have a more or less neophobic population. It is how food neophobia is evaluated. And then you want to know?
Sir, how reliable are self-reported food preference surveys?
I didn't understand. Sorry, how reliable?
How reliable? How reliable self-reported food preference survey in this context?
The food preference, of course, the food preference is related with this with neophobia, and but how to assess the food preference is
how reliable are this that data, sir? So I'll repeat my question.
How reliable is
Yeah. What are the common method to assess food neophobia in children and adults? And how reliable are self-reported food preference survey in this context?
it is the way we have to evaluate it, and the validated questionnaires adapted to the population, even for children and for adults, to see if the population is more or less neophobic. And yes, we have good results on that, and then you have the experience, of course. You have to also make, or you need to also make market studies to see before you have the mass production of any specific kind of food. You should do some market studies with small sample sizes to see if the people will be willingness or not to accept the product. And if you have good results on that, of course, you can keep doing some pilot studies with small samples. And if you still have good results, then you start producing a larger scale. No company, no one wants to develop any product in the lab or by their own and then start their production in large scale with no perceptions from the population. Before that, it is important. It is important to see their possible acceptance. We can think that, of course, by the characteristics of this targeted population, I can think as a researcher, as a new product development, that can be a good option for the population. But if I don't give the population my product, my new product to try, I don't have the really perception of them, and that is very important because what I think it cannot be the same what population is thinking or is wanting at that time. So that is very important. That is very important, and we have that ways to assess if this new product will have more or less success.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My question is, what are the risks of ignoring food neophobia when launching innovative food products?
What are the neophobia? I didn't understand. What are your questions?
What are the risks of ignoring food neophobia when launching innovative
The
food
risk,
products?
it is a risk because if you don't know if you have a more neophobic or less neophobic population, you have the risk of people at least these don't want even to try your new food product. You may you may develop a new food product with very interesting characteristics, with a very nice flavor, taste, whatever. But if it is quite different from the foods that the target population is accustomed to include in their diets, they can simply don't want something that is quite different. Why I will try this? And if they are very neophobic and don't open to try new things, in this case new foods, you have the probability to have no success in your product, not because your product is not good, hasn't an adequate nutritional profile, a good price, everything, but simply because people will not even want to try. And if in the first step, if you see that you are studying, if you are intent to introduce in the market of that population that is neophobic, a new product, if you see you have a very neophobic target of population, I think you should think in some strategies to before introduce the product in the market, to see how to adapt it to that population and how to see ways to explain those training sessions I have already talked, to see if you will have a good acceptance or not for the population. And ignoring that, it is high risk, of course, it is a risk.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Alongside the three A's that you had suggested earlier, the acceptability, accessibility, and affordability, don't you think advertising plays a key role in trying to get over neophobia? Because in Hindi, there's a saying called "Jo dikta hai, wo bikta hai," which means that which is seen gets sold. So, what do you think about advertising
Yes, it will
playing?
pass by education, by training sessions, by communicate with the people. That is very important. That is very important. It is not only important for us to see, oh, okay, we have a more neophobic population or less neophobic. Then what we will do with that information? And of course, if you have a more neophobic population, it will be harder for you to introduce something new on that community. So before you introduce it, you have to think on strategy, think on programs, ways of labeling, marketing, everything to make that population more disposable to introduce the product in their lives, or even to try the food product. So of course that is important, because we can have access, but if I don't want, I will not buy. So that is a problem. For example, we can have access to insect-based products, but I even think on that as food. I will not buy them. Even if you give me, it's not a question of price. Even if you give me to eat, I will not. It's the same with you with beef. If I give you a piece of meat, it is food, you have protein, but if it is not culturally accepted, if you don't want it, if you don't see it as food, what matters? I'm here saying the advantages or not advantages to include it in your daily diet. And sometimes we must adapt this new food product we are designing if we see that people are not at all available to incorporate it in their diet. So perhaps it is not. It can work very good for a Western population, Western society, but not in the East. And of course, we have some products that works like this, but vice versa. So that is very important to take into consideration.
So I raise this because if advertising is used within the cultural boundaries of that particular region,
Yes.
like I can suggest that all of us through our childhood have been influenced a lot through a lot of advertising with respect to food. Like we
Of
can
course.
get back into memories
Yes, of
regarding
course.
Lays and
The
Cheetos and all of
education
these.
also that is given to the child, to the
Yes, sir.
children, from not only from the advertisements but at school, the parents in at home, that is very important, and that is what will modulate then your habits when you grow up as you be an older child, adolescence, adulthood. So what you learned when you start your life, and that and the experiences that will influence a lot. And of course, if we can make sessions to sensibilize the educators at school, also the parents, the community, the advertisements that are and all children see. And nowadays, through the social media, also another way of communicate, very, very important, even more than others. that is very important to contribute for not so neophobic population, because a very neophobic population can be a problem, when you want to introduce something new, something better from the point of view of health, health for the people, health for the planet. But if you are not even able to consume it, how can we do for that? In some cases, it's very hard. In some cases, people are not keen at all to try what is different, simply because it's different. They don't want to earn nothing regarding sustainability, regarding health, regarding cost, regarding no. I don't want. I'm good with what I have. I like this in this way. I will not make a different preparation of this food. I will not substitute this food that I am accustomed to include in my diet for another. You are talking to me, it's better for this, for other. I don't want, there are people very close minded, as we can say, and not able to make or something different in their lives, only when they have no chance. Or this is like the eating behaviors. Some people only change something in their eating behaviors when the doctor says you have to, otherwise we will die soon. Something like that, because but this of course will depends people to people, person to person. But all of that actions, and since very early ages, are very relevant, is where everything starts, and is much easier to act in those ages than, of course, in the adulthood, because you have, for example, an adult with 50 years. 50 years of experience in that way, and after 50 years, I will say, you have to change this. This is not good. It's much difficult when you are in the school, when you have 4, 5, 6 years. It's much easier. That's why the most of the obese children become obese adults. If there are no actions, if there are no interventions, they will learn from very soon, from very early in their ages, and of course this will accompany them until adulthood and so on. If nothing else, what point? Yes,
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
In your opinion, which innovation might face the greatest resistance due to food neophobia and why?
The great innovation, in my opinion, is it would be the education of people, more than technological process, more than everything. If people have, since early ages, all the community, the parents, the educators, can work on this, on a better eating behaviors, and how important is to change the eating consumption worldwide. I think this would be the better innovation, to innovate regarding the people minds and what the people learn since early ages. The new technology, talking about the new technologies, most of these are quite new, and we have to learn more about that, especially, for example, the culture meat. We don't know, even the GMO, the application of GMOs, the 3D bioprinting, all of these technology within the utilization of artificial intelligence, the AI. It seems we have good indicators that can be very efficient and very interesting. But of course, considering their large scale utilization and make the most of the foods for people based on this, of course, we are at a very starting point. But for sure, what you know, and we are not at the very starting point, and you should more to accomplish that, is better education sessions, better educate our children in schools, in the home environment. That is crucial, and there is no technology that will appear for sure that can surpass, if can be efficient in the teaching and the capacity of learning of the children very early in the school.
Thank you, sir.
So, So, as you said that early education regarding the food neophobia will help a person or a community overcome it. So, could you enlighten us about any psychological or behavior tool that are being used internationally to help a community overcome the food neophobia?
Yes, I don't know what is the situation here in India, but last years, in at least in my country, it has been revealed very important to have also a nutritionist in all schools to give education session regarding how to choose the foods from the plate from the different food groups, and we are starting to adopt it because not every schools have that, and the education, food literacy is very important. Nutrition literacy since very early, it reveals very important because we also find that the children, they will not only learn about it, but they will teach their parents at home. Because when they go to the home environment, and if the parents make some wrong or some different of what they learn at school, the children have no problems in pointing the finger to the father and say, "We shouldn't eat this," or "We are eating a lot of this. We are eating too much meat or too much, too much fish." But I learned today at school that my plate should have more than half of vegetables and fruit. So this is very much more important than perhaps all of us know, and all of that sessions of every some professionals near the students in very early ages work very well. And of course, then the work that we can make in the community is also for elderly people, elderly people. It is also very important because well nourished elderly people we can avoid a very large number of diseases, and a part of it we can make their lives with more and more quality of life. And it is important not only to live more years, but to live with quality. And that is a kind of work that we can do.
Okay, thank you for your insights, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I just want to make this. Hello. So
Hello?
I'd like to make this session more interesting by knowing each one of one that any particular food item which they find it neophobic.
Yes.
So like
Which food you have aversion?
exactly,
For
like
example, I don't care. For example, I don't eat tomato. I don't eat lettuce. I don't eat skunk. Yes, that is
exactly
important.
like
I
similar with
believe
me.
that all of us have one food that can even smell or can even be close to it.
Yeah, like starting with me, even I don't like tomatoes. So tomatoes, yes. So I might eat them indirectly, like tomato flavored chips or in the purees, but I hate to consume them directly raw.
An excuse because there are some kind of food that may be a problem, and I believe that you have a big problem because tomato is very consumed. Nothing related with tomato you can eat.
Exactly, like indirectly I can, but at a certain limit. Into mayonnaise or other sauces. So I don't try even burgers or pizzas. So that's one of the reason. Like
Yes, and of course you find from
I find it very
yes to avoid
I feel nauseated or like even like once I tried consuming pizza, the slice of pizza, I was not able to have it.
Yes. Good idea. And I
Onion and garlic.
not onion, not garlic.
Yes, and also even mushrooms are considered as parasites, so those are also not consumed.
You talk about mushrooms, a nice question. I see here you eat a lot of vegetables, but I until today I think I didn't eat any kind of mushroom. Is that correct? It's not very common for the region, for the country, or because, for example, in Portugal we don't eat so much vegetables as you eat here, but mushroom is very common. We have yes, it's so common as tomato, as lettuce, as cucumber. We have a lot of consumption of mushroom when talking about the vegetables, and that is a curiosity I have because since I'm here, I think I didn't eat mushrooms till now. Seasonable. Oh.
Yeah, like onion and garlic are consumed by everyone. Yeah,
In Portugal, you
tomato.
have mushrooms all over the year. We have no, of course, from cultivated in some artificial environments, of course, but you have that consumption and easy access, not so expensive to through the year. Yes, that was one of my curiosities. Thank you for remember because since
So,
I'm here, I didn't see mushrooms.
so
Yes,
actually, she don't like sweets. So,
sweets.
a kind of neophobic towards sweets.
Yes, you don't like sweets. So
I
that's not a
am
problem.
I am okay with everything, sir. But I find myself neophobic for lady finger, sir.
For
Lady finger.
yes.
Consume bindi. That
Yes.
is lady's finger, sir.
Yes, everyone. I believe that everyone has at least one.
Taste. Because of its taste, it's very bitter. I don't like it.
Nice.
I hate all the raw spices used in biryani and for the seasoning of some local food here, especially the coriander seeds.
The coriander seeds.
Yes, I can't eat it. Like, I hate the taste. So, yes.
So I don't like sweet.
You
Only
what?
sweet.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Interesting. To people that aversion to sweet.
So I don't like cauliflower taste. That's it.
Don't like?
Cauliflower taste.
Ah, okay,
Cauliflower.
okay.
I don't like ghee. I hate the smell of ghee.
I don't like coriander leaves.
Coriander.
Sir, I hate milk.
What?
I hate milk.
You eat milk. Another art, I think, in this state, in this region, eating milk. And what do you do to special here? Because I believe that the milk dairy products here in every meal we have. It is easy for you to avoid the consumption of milk.
Yes, sir, I consume buttermilk
Okay.
instead of milk.
Yes, buttermilk. Okay.
Sir, I hate brinjals.
Brinjals.
Sir, I hate spice with the mix with sweet.
Spicy seeds.
Yeah, spice and mixing with sweet. I don't hate. I hate that, sir.
Spicy sweets. Yes,
Yeah,
sweet.
spice with mixed sweet, sir.
The sweet with the spicy. Is
Yeah,
it? The mix.
like
The mix of
like
spicy with the
tomato
sweet.
sauce, sir. Tomato sauce.
Okay.
I also hate brinjal.
What? Brinjals also.
Yeah.
The same. Okay.
Sir, I eat everything I have noise.
So I don't like tea.
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 Tea. Chai. Chai.
Ah,
Tea.
tea.
Sir, I am neophobic towards corn because I am allergic to it. It's not just a fear, it is a protective
Okay.
neophobia.
Let's see. When you say I'm neophobic too, neophobic it's the meaning a fear to try new foods. You are not neophobic to a special food. At least you have an aversion to that food. It's different, okay? Let's understand the concept. You can be neophobic to a new food product based on onion, on garlic, on whatever. Okay, but saying I'm neophobic to garlic, that's not correct. Okay, you have an aversion. Okay, I believe you have an aversion to the food. Just to, to correct. Yes.
Good
You.
afternoon,
Good
sir.
afternoon.
So I don't like jackfruit. I don't like its texture and its smell.
Smell. Okay.
I don't like.
Yes, we have in the fruits very different tastes, and of course some people like loves one kind of fruits and other and they're not so much. So let's see another opinion.
Good afternoon,
Good
sir.
afternoon.
Actually, there is not such a food item that I am neophobic with.
You can't be neophobic to food item. We have talked now about it.
I'm pure vegetarian. I like to eat the veggie foods, but I am
You
neophobic.
like but you like all the vegetables.
Yeah, but I am allergic to mushroom. I had tried it. That will not consider under
Of
the
course, but that is
neophobic
different. Of
conditions.
course, that is
So there is not a such thing that I can say that I am neophobic with.
good.
Thank you.
It can happen. We can have yes, of course.
Sir, I also eat everything. There is no such food.
You
that
also
I
eat
don't.
everything. No,
Yes,
no
sir.
problems. We have not a specific food item that you see. This never. This I can't even smell. I don't like.
So I eat everything, sir. Veg, non-veg, everything. There is no
Interesting.
such problem with any food.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I like all vegetables.
Yes, but I'd like to know what you don't like.
No, sir. I like all vegetables and fruits.
Sorry.
I like all vegetables and fruits.
All but only vegetables. And if I talking you about meat, but we are talking about all food groups, not only vegetables. Not, I believe that all of you don't eat beef. That is one thing that is very clear. But apart of beef, we have fish. We have different kinds of meat: pork, rabbit, chicken.
Sir,
Okay,
I am pure
we are
vegetarian.
not talking only
Sir,
about the vegetables.
sir, I am pure vegetarian.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Good
But
afternoon, sir.
this is also this is also important for a company or for a food developer that is thinking to introduce a product in the market. For example, this population 80%, 90% is vegetarian. It's vegetarian. Of course, if it is my intention to develop a new food product based on chicken, on some kind of meat or fish, it will be a very huge barrier. So that is very important to take into consideration. This information is very and for example, if you go to some place where they don't have the custom to eat vegetables, it will be difficult if you will propose a kind of meal or kind of daily based only on vegetables. People say, but what's this? So this is very important to take into consideration. Yes,
So,
please.
good afternoon, sir. I can eat anything when it comes to survival.
That is a good answer. No, that is true because we can have our preferences regarding culture. But if I close you in this room
Yes.
with nothing and only chicken,
I can eat.
what you
I will
do?
eat. I will eat.
Or
I'm a non-vegetarian.
a worse challenge, only with beef.
Yeah, I will eat. Yeah, in Kerala we will eat beef also.
Only this room. You will die or you will eat the beef.
I will eat. Because I'm a non-vegetarian and I
But
have
I
consumed
think that answer will not be the same for all of you. At least at this point from the theoric plan. Because if we do it the experiment, then we will see. And of course, there are things in the human physiology, in the human thinking, that for survival, perhaps you will also be a cannibal. You will also eat, and there are some in the story, some documentation of this, that people, for survival, even eat meat from humans. So one thing is what we are saying and from the theoric plan and here in this room. Other is for survival and for survival reasons. This neophobic, neophilic, of course, this scenario change. But we are talking, of course, in a normal day life and not in this case. But that is a very important point. Thank you very much for your.
Thank you, sir.
But without the question of survival, you don't have any ingredient, any food that you avoid.
I don't like the taste of coriander leaf.
But
That's
if you have to eat, you eat it.
Yeah, yes, I
Okay.
will eat. If that is the only thing available, then I will eat.
That
It's
is
not a problem
different
for me.
because, of course, some one of us we have preferences. It is not I eat everything. That's fine, but of course I prefer more of this fruit than the other. I prefer sweet than, but I have no aversion. I have no problems of eating everything. That is different. Of I don't eat. I have aversion to that specific food product. Yes. Thank you for sharing. Very
Thank you,
important
sir.
point.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir,
So,
I personally like everything, but I hate okra and jackfruit due to their sticky nature. I
yes.
don't like their sticky nature. That's why.
You avoid to eat it. Yes.
After eating, I feel kind of vomiting and nausea. Like,
Yes, some of us, of course, we have some bad feelings and bad aftertastings when consume some foods, and for some reasons we avoid them. Yes, that's true. Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I don't like to eat capsicum, and by texture,
What?
it's capsicum.
What's that?
Capsicum.
Oh, pepper, red pepper. Okay.
I don't like that thing.
You don't like the taste of red pepper.
So I'm vegetarian, so I'm neophobic to non-vegetarian foods. I have never tried.
Yes, because you are vegetarian. So that is a different reason. When you have some kind of course, if I am vegetarian, that is on by that I don't eat meat products. So, but
I don't even like the smell of non-vegetarian food. So
okay, okay. Hello.
So, so I personally like to explore food a lot. So I don't think I will try everything and anything.
Everything,
Yeah,
vegetarian, non-vegetarian.
exactly. But if I say about being neophobic, then I would like as I explore East Asian culture a lot and different
So you
culture.
consider yourself very neophilic, not neophobic.
Yeah, but
This is what the food companies and people who are researching and have new food products wants, that all the population would be a copy of you. If all people think on that way, that is then of course you try and you cannot like, you cannot enjoy. But the simple fact, we have a population or you have a person that is able to try, that is a very good starting point.
yeah, so I like to explore and read about the food that are being eaten in different culture across the globe, but I'm mainly interested in East Asian culture. So I think I would never ever try blood sausages and the dishes in which animal blood are mixed. Like never ever in my life. And I would also not try. There's a dish called sangji in Korean culture that is live octopus being chopped. I could
Yes.
never ever
You
try
have
that
in
food.
some regions of Portugal, you have a kind of rice. That rice is prepared with the blood of the chicken, and you have in the rice all parts of the chicken, and the sauce of the rice is the blood, and it has a very specific flavor. And some people hate, and other love. It is like that. And I remember a fellow of mine, a Spanish, that also don't like very much to eat animal products, and I was eating the rice and give him to taste, but I didn't tell him what was the how was the rice prepared, and he was enjoying very much. When I told him, you know what, what you eat, what you ate, and when I told him, he went to the bathroom and, and vomiting there. So this is if I didn't tell him what he was eating, or if I tell that that based on the liquor of a fruit that was extracted from the sap, and that is the rice of. Please give me more. This is interesting. This is also psychological, and psychological is very related with this.
Yeah, so I can never eat live animal dishes and like any dish that have blood, animal blood mixed in it. Never.
Yes.
Good afternoon,
Good
sir.
afternoon.
So I'll never try beef and pork.
Of course, and you have some regions, for example, in the north of Europe, they eat in some places eat meat of sharks. I don't know if you know, but and they have smoked shark and soup and some parts of the shark. I don't know. I never tried, but a lot of people doesn't even try it because some other reasons, not for the taste, but just to know that it is unacceptable, it is unfamiliar to them to consume that kind of products.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello.
As a vegetarian, and I love to explore food, and I consider myself neophilic when it comes to vegetarian
Yes.
option. And obviously, I'm neophobic to non-veg
Of course,
vegetarian food.
non-vegetarian.
And
That's
but
normal. But
still,
in the group of vegetables, you don't have a
no,
fruit or a
I
vegetable that you don't.
yes, I love everything and
Everything.
anything I can eat in vegetarian. And yeah, I love read about non-vegetarian food and culture related to it and how they make it and everything. But yeah, I can't eat that. I
For you,
can
no.
eat that.
Okay.
I don't like to eat fried cucumber. I prefer it as a salad, but uh, oil fried, I don't like it.
Yes, sometimes people. It depends on the way of preparation and the cooking process can tolerate or not product. That's interesting. Yes, thank you.
Sir, I am neophilic as I love to explore new foods, but I will never eat prawns.
Yes.
Prawns, sir.
Prawns. You
Yeah.
never eat prawns, but you'd like to eat or not because being.
So I love to explore new foods. I like to eat new food, like new recipes and like seafoods. But I will never eat prawns because of its smells and texture.
Okay, prawns.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I don't like bitter gourd because of it taste. Bitter gourd.
Better go because of what? Of the taste. Okay, that's
It tastes bad.
the taste is bad for you.
So I used to live in the northeast where insects and insect larvae are sold all over in the markets.
Yes.
I don't like that.
You don't like.
Even the look of it when they're crawling in the trays.
Okay.
That. And I used to live in a hostel where they used to feed us beans and cauliflower every day almost. So I developed that aversion to them.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, as I'm pure vegetarian, so I'm neophobic towards non-vegetarian protein like egg and meat.
Yes, that's a valid reason. I think that the cultural reasons is very
Yes,
common to
sir.
the most of you to be an aversion for meat products. But in the world of vegetables, you or fruits or what you are accustomed to see or to buy, there are some specific kind of fruit or vegetable that you have a kind of aversion or no, or you eat everything like.
So I like all type of fruits, but in vegetables I don't eat
There are
some.
some ones that you
Yes.
avoid. And can you give an example?
So vegetable like bottle gourd.
What is that? Some specific from.
Bottle gourd.
I don't see what is. Then you
It's
show
a
me a
type of
photo.
green vegetable.
Oh, okay, okay,
Mm.
okay.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
From cultural aspects, I don't want to even taste some things,
Of
some
course.
foods. So, but I am a Bengali person, so I want varieties of foods in my plate. But one thing I can't tolerate in my food habits that dry fish. So
Dry fruit.
which I can't tolerate it of flavor or smell.
Okay.
So that's it.
Okay.
And in
Everyone shared the opinion. I think we. No. In the first row, and then I will share mine, and of course, Dr. Terch also will share their aversions to.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I don't like spicy food, sir.
Spicy food, you have an aversion? Interesting.
I'm not usually neophobic to any of the veg food, but certain things such as raw onion, peas, and sour fruits. That's it. Now let's hear Tejpal sir's point of view.
Thank you. So it's nice to hear from everyone that we did this one exercise also, that most of them have, everyone having some neophobic listing. So it's nice and it's a great exercise to all of us, and we came to know that some of us are having different kind of neophobic listing. So for me, actually, I have never tried non-veg food items, so still I am not means I can consider myself neophobic to non-veg actually at this point
Yes,
of
I
time.
think all of us have not one but more than one version, and for different reasons. And of course, for vegetarian people, from start beginning, everything that is not, at least when you are talking about pure vegetarians, everything that is not vegetable or fruit, it is not well accepted. But then you have some specific ingredients, foods inside what we are used to consume, and it is not cultured, not accepted, that we don't like. For example, I'm vegetarian, but I don't like this fruit, I don't like this vegetable, or I don't like this vegetable in a salad as well. But if the vegetable is cooked, or is in the oven, or is fried, I can accept it. This can also varies on the type of food preparation. Of course, for example, there are, if we think globally and we travel around the world, there are a lot of things that we never known, but when you see, oh, that I can hit. If we see Chinese markets, at least from my point of view, I will have a lot of aversions, perhaps, to everything that has a lot of spicy, that what I can tolerate. So I can say I can tolerate spicy food, of course, when it is too spicy. I can tolerate. And then we have, for example, in the how can I say, the normal foods that we are more accustomed to eat, but some of them, some people don't like for one specific reason, for taste, for example. There is a fruit that is pear. I don't know if you consume, but I don't even can smell the pear, and it's a very normal fruit, a very normal food product that is sold. But for myself, I can't tolerate even the smell. It is for me very very bad, but it depends, of course. But it was a very interesting sharing. And if we think on this, if we have a population with more and lots of aversions, can be complicated to change your mind. And how can we make you change your mind related with your aversions? How can I make you start or even try something that you are not keen to consume? That is the problem. That is the problem. And if you are not open to try something different, of course, if we are trying to introduce some kind of diverse food item or food preparation or food product, what else, it will be harder and harder. So it is very important to first establish how neophilic or neophobic is the population. Yes. Thank you. My favorite. I like very much dry fruits. When you introduce the dry fruits in rice, even in sweet, I like very much all kinds of dry fruits. I like very much the taste of garlic. Yes, yesterday I tasted the chapati with garlic with butter. For me, it's better than sweet. Very, very, very good. And then of course the sauces, when they are not so spicy, the quality of fruits you have and the vegetables, but raw with not any kind of specific preparation, the taste of the fruits and the raw vegetables you have here are wonderful. The buttermilk, the dairy products, very high quality. I have already told to Dr. Teshbar that, for example, if you buy milk in a supermarket in Lisbon and you compare it and put it in the same side of the milk you have here, it, it is different things. It is, you can even compare it because very, very different one. It's like water when you have no taste, and here you have a very tasteful product, a very good product, and wonderful, wonderful. So, and it is the same in theory. It is the same product. So sometimes it is not the type of product, but the quality or from where they are raised up or collected or cultivated that changes everything. If you go to a supermarket and buy a potato and you will cook that potato. It is totally different if you have your own farm or if you know a farm where they cultivate there the potato, you know the conditions and you go there and cook in the same way the same food product that is a potato, but the differences from the point of view of taste and of course if you see the nutritional and the composition we are also different, but simply the taste is different and I can easily say I don't like potatoes, or I love potatoes. And we are talking about the same food product, the same potato, but of course in very different conditions. And that makes the difference. In Portugal, I don't consume, I think in these days I will consume the same amount of dairy products that I consume in 1 year in Portugal because I don't like I don't like very much the milk, the yogurt. There, the taste is very, very, very different. And here you have high quality dairy products. So it will, of course, modulate your tastes, your preferences, because of course, if you are accustomed to a different kind of milk, a different kind of yogurt, a different kind of fruit, different kind of vegetables, perhaps you would not appreciate so much those products. And for the other part, if you have meat products of high quality, and if you are raised up since early ages and accustomed to eat those products, perhaps you like or prefer more that meat products in comparison with vegetables. In Portugal, a lot of people, a lot of children have problems to consume more vegetables. We want that children, that people consume more vegetables and less meat. In an auditorium like this in Portugal, most of the people will say meat, meat, meat. Exactly the opposite of you. That is the difference. That is important to know when you think on something to introduce in that market, in that population, to be successful or not. That will make all the difference. Of course, we want that people consume more vegetables. But if we simply introduce more vegetables in the market, doing nothing, people will not buy it just for nothing. You have to know or to find strategies to make people think why they must introduce more vegetables and consume less meat products. That will make all the difference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an engaging session. I must say the discussion today was highly interactive and it was wonderful to see how so many of you share your thoughts and questions. We hope this session gave you valuable insights into food innovation and understanding consumer behavior. Now we will take a short break for the tea, and after the break, we will continue with our next session by another esteemed national speaker, Dr. Monica Punia. So please relax, enjoy your tea, and be back on time for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing tea break. We are now ready for the final session of the day titled Public Health and Innovative Foods, which will be presented by our esteemed national speaker, Dr. Monica Punia. Dr. Monica Punia is a senior official at the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, currently serving as Deputy Director, with a strong academic foundation and a research portfolio that has garnered over 1,500 citations. Dr. Punia is widely recognized for her contributions to microbiology, food safety, and public health nutrition. Her career reflects a seamless integration of scientific rigor and regulatory leadership. At FSSAI, she has been instrumental in shaping and implementing policies that uphold food safety standards across the country. Her work supports the authority's mission to ensure safe and wholesome food for all citizens, and she actively engages in capacity building initiatives, stakeholder consultations, and scientific panel deliberations. Dr. Punia's research interests span microbial biotechnology, functional foods, and the interface between nutrition and public health. She has collaborated extensively with national and international institutions, contributing to peer-reviewed publications and knowledge exchange platforms. Her commitment to evidence-based policymaking and innovation in food systems make her a valuable voice in India's evolving food safety landscape. We are honored to welcome Dr. Monica Punia to the GIAN course on food security, nutrition and innovations. Her presence enriches this academic dialogue, bridging the gap between scientific inquiry and regulatory practice, and inspiring future leaders in food safety and nutrition. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. That was so excellent introduction. Thank you so much. So, do I start with my presentation?
Yes, ma'am, you can
Hello?
start.
I'm audible. I can start with my presentation?
Yes, ma'am, you can begin the presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is visible, right? Okay. So today we will be talking about the public health and innovative foods. This quotation is very well, you all are very well versed with it, that let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. So it's very well said by the Hippocrates that let me know what you eat and I will let you know what you are. It means the food that we eat today, it can very well act as a medicine for us. Now, if I talk about the public health nutrition, the main concern about public health today would be the ever increasing population. Now, the ever increasing population is fine, but if I talk about the nutrition, there is, a vast difference. It's like about, if I talk about malnutrition, we have both. It's like undernutrition, that is micronutrient deficiency in the lower level, and the overnutrition that is mostly found in the urban region. So what would be the best policy that can be taken up to cater these challenges? The best way would be the innovative foods. Now, what are these innovative foods? These are the novel food products. It can be a new ingredient, it can be a new additive, it can be a new processing aid, it can be a new
Monica ma'am,
methodology. Yes.
ma'am, please share it in full screen if possible, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, I tried to do that, but then I was not able to go up and down.
Okay. No,
So that is why.
yes, ma'am. I think
Okay.
it will
I'll
work.
try. I'll
Yes,
try.
it works, ma'am. It works. No issues. Thank you.
Yeah, it works.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm sorry for that. Okay. So now these novel food products, actually, as I said, it can be an ingredient, it can be an additive, it can be a new methodology, it can be a new carrier, it can be a new enzyme, anything that is not having a standard, but a new product, a new innovation, a new novel food product that is found, it can cater the need for the public health nutrition. Now, how is it going to address the challenges? What are the new innovative foods in the market today? We will be going in detail in the upcoming in the upcoming slides. So, see, this was my problem actually. So sorry on that. I'm not able to go on my next slide. Okay. So if I'll go very much brief about the current status of public health, because I think in your earlier lectures, many of the experts must have spoken about it. The global obesity crisis, as I said, there are in the malnutrition there are two important things, that is undernutrition and overnutrition. So if I talk about overnutrition, which was the theme in our global food regulatory summit also this time, that was nothing but obesity. So the global obesity crisis is over 1.9 billion adults. They are overweight today worldwide. And out of these 650 million, they are clinically obese. Now, this epidemic, if I say the diet related conditions like diabetes, they also affect around 422 million globally. Heart disease, it remains the leading cause of the death worldwide. Nearly 690 million people, they go hungry because of these, and micronutrient deficiencies globally. Okay. So these were the challenges that I was already talking about. And if you can see on my right and your left, is it visible, I guess? Yeah. So we are talking about the whole food chain, where I'm talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. SDG is given over here. What is SDG? It is the Sustainable Development Goals that are adopted by the United Nations member states. And in India, Niti Aayog is the nodal point actually, who monitors and who caters with all the programs that are going under that. So if we can see, if I start from the pre-harvest or the pre-slaughter till I go to the consumer, where we are eating the food in the household, or it is going to an outlet, to a food service, we can see how much of the food is lost. So this is a very good diagram that is given over here. So a significant amount of food is wasted daily, while on the other side, if I see, there are millions who are actually lacking access to a nutritional meal. The other side, as I said, we have the obesity challenge. Like, if I go through the analysis and the global trend, by 2050, there will be 3.8 billion adults, like more than half of the adult population, will either be overweight or obese, or 746 million children and adolescents will be affected. So this is like, and you can see the age. I don't know whether it is visible here. The age group is mostly between 5 to 14 years, or 15 to around 20 years. So this is the biggest challenge. And the other challenge we'll be discussing in the upcoming slide, how we can have, address the global food security, how we can have sustainable, environment friendly food system, how we can address these public health concerns, and what are the other challenges that, if I talk about safety, how we can have a contaminant, adulterant free, wholesome food for the nation. So, as I said, with my quotation in my second slide, how much your food plays a role in your life. The foremost thing is, I was talking about, diabetes, herbar. I guess everybody must have been talking, but it's actually a lifestyle disorder. Why do I call it a lifestyle disorder? Because you can very well address it not only by physical exercises, doing meditation, all that, but the core thing that comes is the diet that you have been eating. So disease prevention, 80% of the heart disease, strokes, diabetes 2, type 2 diabetes, it can be prevented by the food, the diet that you are taking. It should be the nutrition that you are having. It should be so balanced in your body. The diet that you eat, it actually increases your immune function. If your immunity is strong, of course, you are able to fight with these diseases. The mental health connection. Everybody is sitting here listening to me, having a conversation. I had been looking at the earlier lectures where I can see that the students were interacting very good. They were talking about their state, what are the conventional, procedures that take place at their states, and what best can be done. And I felt very good. Now this is the connection that you are able to make with the one who is speaking, or if I am able to make with you. This is why, because I have a good mental health. And this is also, so your mental well-being very much depends on the diet that you are eating in your everyday life. And of course, if I talk about the economy, it would be a big burden if I talk about the healthcare cost, that it impacts our country. Because of changing the slide, I'm going a little slow. So now I had been talking about the food, wholesome food safety. Now, how it is being regulated? What is there? What are the standards that you need to follow when I'm talking about nutrition? I'm talking about a wholesome food, or I'm talking about an innovative food. What are the standards? What are the regulation that needs to be followed? So it all comes under just one umbrella, that is the Food Safety and Standard Act. That is the act we all need to follow when we are framing the standards, when we are coming up with the regulation. So if we see, I should say now we are in 2025, like much ahead than when the idea was born in 1916. We are much ahead of that, but still we are standing somewhere where we need to maintain the system that had this whole genesis. So this idea was born somewhere in 1916, and then you can see this slide that the first legislation that was notified was in 1954. That is the PFA, that is Prevention of Food Adulteration Act. I guess all of you must be very well versed with that. And then in 2004, there were, the first joint parliamentary committee on the pesticide residue. It suggests that the consolidation of various fragmented, there were various legislations which were fragmented and which needed to be at one place because there were multiple laws. So in 2006, integrated food law that was enacted, that is the Food Safety and Standard Act 2006. In 2008, FSSAI was set up, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, which is the apex regulatory body for providing safe and wholesome food to the nation. It was institutionalized. And at that time, there was a scientific committee and only 8 scientific panels, they were, working that time. In 2011, the rules and 6 key regulations that came into force. One of the most important out of them was the mandatory licensing of the food businesses and the import clearance system introduced. Now, if I say licensing, why do I say it is that important? Because anything, you just, even when in the earlier years, I am being much elder to you, but yeah, in my earlier years, I could, what I knew about food was, if I just pick up a packet of chips or any other a biscuit packet, if I pick it up and if I see, I can just see that there is LIC. It's a license number and a 13 digit is being made over there, and very beautifully FSSAI, that logo is there. So what do I understand is, okay, this is a logo of FSSAI and the food that I would be consuming or the packet of chips that I would be consuming is safe for me to consume it. That is the only thing that I knew about FSSAI, or that they are the licensing authority. They give license and they make the food safe. But it's about the license of the premises only. The food that is inside, there are many other things that counts too. So how did that process go forward? So in 2012, there were NABL accredited laboratories. Now, as I said, how do I authenticate the food? The chips that I had been eating, they are fine. So they need to be tested. They need to be seen whether they are, free of contaminants. They have the good quality. They are free of adulterants. There is no adulteration of palm oil if they are not writing it on the label. So everything, how you are going to come to know all that about. So this would be through the NABL accredited labs. So that came into force in 2012. In 2013, as I said, the FSSAI logo and the license number that was mandated on the label of the packaged food. So that actually increased the visibility of FSSAI, the visibility or the awareness of the consumer that, as I said, that my food is safe. Then in 2016, we adopted a collaborative multi-stakeholder approach because as I showed you the whole chain of the food system. Everybody has a role to play. As a consumer, you have a big role to play that you need to, check the packet, whatever is written on the label. If I am diabetic, I need to see how much is the amount of sugar because I had gone through one of the lecture where there are some sugar-free products also available in the market. I need to see what is written on my label. So an aware consumer, he is informed. You need to have your informed choices. The FBO, the food business operator, who is licensed is a bigger one. Registered is the a street food vendor when we are just going and eating a chaat or golgappe over there. So even he is registered with us, so he need to be self compliant. He need to see what kind of sanitation is the personnel are carrying, unka nails theek hai ya nahi. Like small things, he need to be self compliant. The FBO needs to be self compliant. So this was enabling the self compliance, and we have a system that is FOSTAC. If you go and visit on the FSSAI's website, you can go through each one of the portal and you can see. So these are the trainings. For example, there are 25 personnel at one FBO at one outlet. On top of that 25, at least there should be one supervisor who is trained. And then these 25 who are trained will be training the other 25. So this is just one example where we do very good FOSTAC trainings, and it's all sector wise, like for milk and milk products, for oil, for manufacturing, for retailers, we have different trainings. Then, as this was marking the 10 years of law, because it came in 2006 and now I'm talking about 2016. So 10 citizen centric initiatives that was initiated in 2016, and one of the most important out of that was the fortification standards that came into force, like in food fortification standard in 2016. And I guess earlier lectures had covered about food fortification. In 2017, we had Infolnet system. What is Infolnet? It's actually a network of laboratories for the FBOs who are licensed with FSSAI. They have to go for mandatory testing every 6 months, and they have to upload the test reports on the portal. Other than that, any of the laboratory, any of the food testing laboratory who is NABL accredited and FSSAI notified, they have to upload all the test reports on the Infonet portal. So now we have a big system where we very well know all the data, all the food testing data of our country, what all non-compliances are there, which area is affected, because geographically we are all very different. Somewhere it is very humid, somewhere it is too much dry. So everything at one place is there under the Infonet. Then we have a uniform inspection and sampling system, that is the first policy. Now we have that licensing system where regular inspections are being carried out. Our food safety officers, they go and they collect sample. It's not about we are getting a complaint and so we are going and picking up a sample, or it's part of the licensing that we are going and doing inspection. No, it's a regular process. And these enforcement exercises, these surveillance exercises, these are being directed from the headquarters, and these are being taken care by the states, by the different states the FDA centers, the food safety centers, which are available at the states. And everywhere we have a national food laboratory, we have referral laboratories. You must be knowing what is the difference between a primary laboratory or a referral laboratory. Actually, when we carry out surveillance exercises, the primary testing laboratory can do the testing samples, but if there is non-compliance being found, then it calls for enforcement. And these kind of legal samples, they are being tested in the referral laboratories. And these referral laboratories result, they are the apex one. They are the final results that are considered. And this is in 2018 that the National Food Laboratory Ghaziabad, that was actually a public-private, that's a PP model that has been formed at Ghaziabad in 2018, and later on it was emitted, and like at every state in Chennai, Mumbai, everywhere we have this kind of a laboratory. So by 2018, we had a very strong system of laboratories, of licensing system, of some important regulations. And this process continued till 2000. It is ongoing. Of course, it's every day we are working on it. And to date, if I talk, we have 28 regulations out of that, technical as well as administrative regulations in place right now. Okay. I'm struggling to go on my next slide. So as I said, the act, what are the objectives? As I said, it consolidated multiple laws under one single point, that is FSSAI. FSSAI was established, which lays down science-based standards for the food products. It regulates the whole food chain. Like we would regulate the manufacturing, the storage, the distribution, the sale, the import, so that we ensure availability of safe and wholesome food for the human consumption. Next body, that is the food authority. So both these bodies, they give scientific opinion for the development of the standards. In addition to these statutory bodies, we have some non-statutory bodies, because as I say, we try and harmonize a standard at the international level. That is nothing but the codex. So we have different codex coordination groups, CCG groups, that are working towards it. The national codex contact point is FSSAI in India. And other than these statutory bodies, that is the scientific panel, the scientific committee, these are the non-statutory bodies, which includes the expert committees, the CCGs, which actually they also, on the basis of risk assessment, they assist in framing the standards. Now, there is one network of scientific cooperation for food safety and applied nutrition, that is NETSCOFEN, where we give fundings to the research organization or such universities where research is going on, or we have PhD and postgraduate students who can have good projects, who can actually, help us to come up with the standards. So these scientific panels, what are the scientific panels, and I'll go in detail in the next slide. They give the draft recommendation which goes to the scientific committee, where the scientific committee is again, they give the recommendations to the food authority. So food authority would be the apex body who comes up with the standards. So the scientific panels, they are constituted under the section 13 of this act for developing the standards or for giving scientific opinions. To date, we have 21 scientific panels, where 10 are horizontal panels and 11 are vertical. Vertical, it means as per category, and 10 Horizontal panel, it means what all testing, methodology, fortification, labeling that goes around these 11 vertical panels. The scientific committee, it is constituted by the Food Authority, and that comes under section 14 of the Act. The scientific committee can have working groups. For example, we have scientific panel, but there is some thrust area that needs to be addressed. So a small working group can be formed, which can actually take up that agenda. And once that is catered, once that is done, the working group can be abolished. So these are the horizontal panels that I was talking about, and these are the vertical panels as per the categories. This is the process where the standards is being made at FSSAI. So initially, the draft proposal for the standard is given, which is being reviewed by the scientific panels. The draft recommendation goes to the scientific committees, which is addressed, which is being deliberated, which is being discussed in the scientific committee. And at any level, you can see the arrows, at any level, any change, any data, any correction is required. It can again go back to the panel, from the committee, from the authority, from any place. This is being framed. They are being deliberated on the basis of the risk assessment that is being done at the panels. Then after the scientific committee has reviewed it, it goes to the food authority, which is finally being approved by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. During this process now, if you can see on the left, my left and your right, it is being approved by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. This draft notification is open for the public for 60 days and parallelly for WTO comments as well. Right? Then once this 60 days is done, whatever comments we receive, they are again reviewed by the scientific panels, the scientific committee, and the same process will follow till the food authority. When all this is done, then it goes for legal vetting to the ministry. And if I talk about the final process, it is after the legal vetting is done, it goes to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare again for the final notification, which becomes the Gazette notification, the legal document, which is then given on the portal that it is effective from this date. So after the panels, as I said, Gazette notified, it becomes a regulation. These are the 21 regulations. Actually, we are showing only the technical regulations over here. Other than that, we have 7 more, which are the administrative one, salary allowances and all that. If you can see, I have highlighted one, that is the food safety and standards approval for non-specific food and food ingredients regulation 2017. Because in my earlier slide, and we were talking about innovation, we were talking about novel foods. So how do we come up with novel foods, or how we are able to do these innovations is all covered under this regulation. So I will give details about this regulation. If you can see, rest of the regulations are visible. That is the food product and food additive regulation, the licensing regulation. We're talking about contaminants. We talk about laboratories. We talk about the methodology. We talk about sampling analysis. So all of these regulations will actually tell you what standards are available, what need to be followed, what need to be complied on. So if I talk about approval for non-specific food and food ingredient, it will all be covered for the food innovation. Now, what is food innovation? We are developing a new novel food, or we are, as I said, we are using a new ingredient or an additive, or we are using a new technology, and we are doing some innovation which is actually going to improve the nutritional value. Because as I said, how we are how we would be able to cater to the needs of for providing wholesome food to the public. For that, to increase or to enhance the nutritional value, to have sustainable food system, and to have easy access, which is afforded, which can be afforded uh, by all the people, all the consumers. Then it can have various categories, like you must have talked about fortified food products, you must be talking about functional food, you must be talking about some alternative proteins, for example the lab grown meat or some plant proteins that are being used nowadays for dairy products. The main objective is to address the nutritional challenges while it also enhances the consumer's appeal. Consumer appeal in the sense, now everybody is very well versed, the consumer is very smart nowadays. Even in my watch or even in your watch, you can see how many steps you have been walking every day. Or if I say there is a BP monitoring system, we have a sugar monitoring system. Not only in the mobiles, we have in our watches, smart watches also. So all of the consumers, they are very well versed. They are very conscious about the diet. If my son is doing a bodybuilding exercises, he knows that he needs to have more of the protein and less of the carb. So he knows that how I need to go about it. And there would be some conventional myths, or maybe I should say there might be some ethical reasons that I cannot consume a non-veg product, so I can go for some alternative protein. So all these innovations can be done under this regulation, under this standards only. so, so sorry. So need of the hour is building a healthy, a sustainable food future. As I said, nutrition is the foundation. Sustainable, resilient, equitable food system are a must, so that we are able to protect our environment. We are able to cater to the climate change, the greenhouse emissions, the greenhouse gas emissions. How we are able to mitigate it, we can see in the upcoming slides. Pragmatism in policy and practice. Of course, I'm talking about the whole system, that this is the way how the standards is being prepared, and then how the regulations are being gazette notified. So of course, these approaches will surely help us for making of the policy and for the implementation. We need to have strong science-driven regulation. Now, how this is possible? A lot of risk assessment, a lot of data is being discussed, is being deliberated in the scientific panels. We have very expert members in the scientific panel who actually deliberate on the agendas, who actually come up with these standards. And of course, they have risk assessment data, and they have, some peer reviewed journals data that is available at their end. Even when we come up with such novel food products, I'll go through details of them. We need data of peer-reviewed journal. We need history of safe use of that country. We need, if they are imported, of course, we need that safe history. So everything basically is science-driven. Whatever standard are being framed, whatever regulation are being made, are on the basis of science. So as I said, globally by 2050, we need to cater food for more than 10 billion people. And if I go through, if I say that I can do that with the traditional agricultural practices, it is not possible. And if I say I don't need to have climate change, I don't need to have these greenhouse gases emission, I need to make that ethical use of land, water scarcity, soil degradation. There are so many reasons. I need to have sustainability. So how do I go about it? And of course, it should have that nutrition also in that. So how we can go through it is nothing but the novel food system that we can have in place. So what are the drivers? As I said, consumer demand. Consumer demand is, as I said, everybody, even each one of you who is sitting over there is very much aware. I would give a short example. My son, he's more worried that okay, I am aging, my husband is aging, and he feels that you need to, you are on maintenance. Of course, you don't need to have or consume that much of food, but you need a lot of protein. And if you are vegetarian, how you are going to go about it? So he must be in his 20s, but if he is that well versed, and if he thinks about it, that what should be my diet, is that's what I say is the consumer demand. So on that basis, these are some of the drivers which actually we have innovative foods in the market right now. Each one of us is aware of our health. It's not just I should not be fat or I should be thin, I should be healthy. For that, what I should eat, what kind of a balanced diet I should have. So that is the health awareness that actually drives towards innovation in the food. As I said, the sustainability concerns, how we are not, there should not be any impact on the environment. How we can cater that, okay, this is a traditional food system, but what else I can do so that that kind of a fragrance, that kind of a texture, that kind of a taste is still there, and that much of nutrition is still there that is required without affecting negatively on the environment. So there are many processing aids or carriers or processing systems. Some are AI based, some are more technology based, uh, genetically modified. So there are various advances that have come up. So all these actually are the drivers for food innovation in the country. So as I said, these are the key areas of food innovation. If I talk about personalized nutrition, for the elderly people who are not able to chew food, or somebody who is food for special dietary use like FSDU, or somebody, as I said, he's doing gymming and needs more of that protein. So as per that, we can come up with personalized nutrition. Also, why I say personalized nutrition or a personalized innovative product is because the genomics of each one of you is different. The DNA for all of you is different. Your gut, your microbiome is different. Nobody is similar. The biomarkers, like if somebody is diabetic, or somebody is hypertensive having blood pressure, somebody's lifestyle tracking, for example, I take less sleep, I know I should go for 6 hours, or I should go for the elderly needs to go minimum 6 hours, and the students like you who are still young, they need to have 8 hours of sleep. So all this, or how much stress do you take, or what kind of physical exercise do you do, or what physical activity do you do? Do you do some cycling, or you do that, all the work at home? So everybody is different, and of course my dietary habit, your dietary habit, your preferences, I would love pizza sometimes to eat. You may like normal that dal chawal to eat. So everybody has a different preference. So for that, everybody has to come up with that personalized nutrition that is required for your body. So that is one example of food innovation, because we are like everywhere, we are coming up with that kind of a nutrition or that innovation. The second one is the cultured meat. As I said, some cannot have that food, or some animal issues also. So we can have alternative protein that is nothing but the lab grown animal proteins without that traditional farming, which is nothing but the cultured meat. The third one is plant based alternatives. So we like for dairy, we come up with almond, soya, oat. So we have come up with some different alternatives. But of course, one should take care that they are not dairy products. They have not come up from the milch animals. So it should be precisely mentioned on the label that it's a dairy analog, and it's the protein is nothing but a plant based alternative, a plant protein, and not the milk fat that is being used. So there are other substitutes for meat, as I said, for the plant-based alternatives that can be used for food innovation. Now, these innovation, they represent transformative approaches to food production and consumption. Each addresses different aspects of health, sustainability, and the needs of the consumer. Here it is explained a bit about these novel, food products and what could be the sources to come up with these products. One is the plant-based alternatives. As I said, the taste is being replicated, which is actually satisfying, and it can be compared to the one that is not a plant-based alternative. The cultured meat, these are some of the animal cells that are grown in the controlled environment in the laboratory, which gives the same flavor, the same texture as we are consuming the meat. Then one more very good, I've also gone through some studies like globally, these kind of proteins or these kind of alternatives are approved in which countries. If I get time, maybe I'll display that also. So this is also one of a very good protein source, that is insects and algae. It's like very weird for us to accept it or listen to it, but yeah, these are good alternatives which are recognized as nutrient dense, sustainable protein sources, and they are gaining prominence as superfoods in the future with impressive environmental credentials. Then precision fermentation. Precision fermentation, it's also a technology which enables the creation of specific proteins, and that old fermentation technology is being used, and proteins and ingredients such as animal free dairy and egg components are being formed. Then this is another technology, that is the 3D printing, which is again used for these personalized nutrition, as we had been talking in the earlier slide. And these are different layers of a creative culinary design and customized food with very good different textures as per each one of them. Then the genetic engineering and gene editing, it empowers the development of crops that are more resilient, that are nutrient rich, that are high yielding, and which are responsible for ethical and regulatory governance. So as I said, some emerging production and processing technologies, and I don't think so it is visible to you or not, but we have given here SDG 6, 9, 7, 3. So what is that? Actually, these are sustainable development goals. These are 17 goals, as I said, and at every place it is showing that how it is addressing that. For example, if I say SDG 12, so that is nothing but how you can have an extended shelf life, how you can have, if I talk about 9, how it can have reduced food waste. As I said, the whole chain where we are wasting so much of that food, there we can have improved food safety, that is under 3. Then reduced chemical usage. So chemical usage reduced in the sense it should be less of that pesticides are being used on the food. enhance processing efficiency, reduces processing time, and reduced water usage because of the scarcity of water. So here they have given some non-thermal technologies where high pressure processing, pulse electric field, cold plasma, light-based technologies, and these are the SDGs that are being catered by this process. And of course, you can see all these treatments will contribute to the reduction in the pathogens. The microbial reduction is shown over here. So these are some of the non-thermal processing technologies which are used to preserve these nutrients and to minimize the impact on the environment. On my left, you can see the sustainable farming. Now, this picture very well depicts the vertical farming and the controlled environment agriculture. When in stakes, you can see the growth of plants. It's not just greenhouse. It is a very good, advanced version where the temperature is controlled, the humidity is controlled, the light is controlled, water is not used that much, like the land is not that much used, and still you can get nutritive food products out of it. On my right, you can see AI based different smart technologies that are being used nowadays for food processing and safety. Robotics are being used, and some digital monitoring are being used, digital analysis, artificial intelligence. So all these are different kind which enhance the traceability. Some use that GPS system in the sustainable farming system also. So they give enhanced traceability, they reduced waste and improved safety. So these are some of the upcoming technologies that are being used nowadays. So what is the regulatory framework that is in place, for these novel technologies or these novel food? As I said, it is covered under food safety and standards, non-specified food and food ingredient regulation that had come up in 2017. And it has the whole system where we give approvals for any kind of new additive that is being formed. See, to just understand it like that, there are 5 ingredients in your product, your novel product, 5 ingredients. All these 5 have standards in place. This becomes a proprietary, right? But now I have these 5 ingredients, and out of these, 2 are not having standards, right? And they give nutrition, and I am coming up with this whole product, and these 2 don't have standard. So this whole non-specified food, you have to apply under this regulation. You have to apply to FSSAI. You have to make an application for this novel food. Okay, so this novel food can be a new processing aid, it can be an enzyme, as I said, it can be a new additive. Out of these 5, 1 can be a new additive. Okay, it can be a new botanical, as we are saying, some plant extract. So it can be like that, which is not specified in the regulation. That is why I'm calling it non-specified food and food ingredient. So it is not specified. So it can be a new botanical, some root, shoot, or extract. It can be a new fruit or fruit-based product. It can be a new isolate of probiotic. It can be a new prebiotic that is not given in our regulation. We don't have standards for that. It can be a novel food product. As I said, you can make a combination, a composition of all of them and have a new novel food product. It can be one novel food ingredient or ingredients. It can be a processing aid, or you are doing a processing using some new novel technology that we discussed in the earlier slide. So all this is available on the FSSAI portal under ePass, And the FBOs or whosoever company wants to apply can go to the ePass portal. There is one form 1 that is available, which you have to fill, and you have to fill it with the necessary documents that are being requested over there. Then you have to submit the fees, and you have to submit it to the food authority for approval. Now, for approval of such novel food or such application, we have an expert committee in place where there is one chairperson and 4 members. So that's an expert committee of 5 people who have expertise in this area, and we have such 6 expert committees. So the application, they are received at the secretariat, that is FSSAI. These are allocated by the chairperson to the members of the expert committees, which do that technical and scientific evaluation, and they present in the meeting. They make a presentation with all peer-reviewed journal data and all the data that is being asked with this application. Then, on the basis of the scientific rationale, they give a draft recommendation, which can be a clarification that we are asking you for more documents. It can be an approval, or maybe your application is rejected. And this draft approval is the final decision is being taken by the competent authority. Now, if your application has a clarification, you will be given 30 days of time to revert back to the secretariat, or more 15 days on the basis of your request. If it is if it is rejected, then you have to apply within 1 month to the competent authority. The appellate authority is the CEO. If at all you are rejected at the appellate authority, then the reviewing authority is the chairperson, where again you have to apply in the 30 days. So you will be given specific reasons for approval, for rejection, and you can revert back on that. So this is the appeal procedure, as I said, and the timeline that is defined. This is the detailed, I have given details of the form when you are doing application for such novel food. So everything is covered. You have to just go through and tick whether it's an additive, whether it's a new botanical, what you are being applying for. These are some of the general information that is required. The category, I think I'll go through. The category, you have, if you are applying for health supplement, you have to go for 13.6. Everything, the whole category system is mentioned on the portal, which is going to help you under which product category you have to apply, so that you can, once you have got approval for this product, you can go for applying for the new license. What is the source? You have to mention that. If it's a isolate from a microbe, or it's a botanical source, or it's so whatever you are being submitting, it should be in published in peer reviewed journal. Not any kind of open-ended publications will be taken, or where required, the expert committee can tell you that you have to come up with clinical trials, or what kind of a data more you need to submit. And if there is any kind of a claim support, for example, I say that this is very good for bone health, okay, then you have to give the supporting documents, which is of course on the basis of robust scientific studies, including human intervention, clinical studies, everything. Then you can give a prototype, a draft prototype of the label that you are going to give on that product. You have to give a declaration, and if anywhere required, the expert committee can recommend that, okay, now we are giving you a conditional approval, and you can go for market surveillance data. Like for 1 year, you can place your product in the market, come up with the data. Your approval continued after this 1 year also. And we give a declaration that the information won't be shared, it will be kept confidential. These are some of the additional specific information that may be required. For example, if it's a food ingredient and you are using a novel technology, then you have to give all this data, that who would be the target group, what would be the detailed composition, what is the details of the new technology, allergenicity, toxicology studies, human history of consumption. All this needs to be submitted. If it's a new additive, you have to give that INS number, chemical name, of course, somewhere the standards that are available in the codex, it works for you. You have to give the purity, ADI specified by JECFA. You have to give the proposed level of use in the food category, coloring agent, color index, color number. If it's a new processing aid, it can be an enzyme also. Then you have to give the specification. Purity, again, enzyme activity, residual limit, everything needs to be mentioned in your application. All is mentioned over there, just that you have to provide this in your documents. If it's an isolate of a microorganism, it's a bacteria, yeast, fungi, or an algae, you have to give all this information, like what kind of a microbe it is, what is the name, what is the source, where it is being got from, whether it's from ATCC, so the agreements, whether it has a GARS status, you have to give that. And of course, the name of the regulatory agency. Some only come up with, that this product is there in the US. No, any other details of US FDA or EU, nothing is there, only just that product is there. So you have to is that how you get approval. These are the categories which you can apply. Like if you are applying for, I'm also looking at the time. I know my time is over. So if you are applying under food for special medical purpose, that's taken only on the recommendation of doctor, then you have to apply under 13.3. If you are applying for FSDU, you have to apply under 13.5. And if it's a new ingredient, then you have to apply under 99. So this is my last slide. This is the portal that is available on FSSAI, where you can see the status of your application, and the whole application system is also available on the portal. And these are the other 2-3 different regulation. Once you are applying, please go through all of these also before applying, which will be actually helpful to you for making such application. So thank you so much. I think I'm dot on time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So wonderful lecture, ma'am. You have nicely explained the structure of FSSAI, and you have motivated our students also that if they are interested to develop new products, so how they can go for the approval and whole process. So with your permission, ma'am, we can take few questions from the GIAN participant side. Yeah, please. Yes.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible to
Hello.
you?
Yes. Yes.
So myself, Anusha, I'm MSc first year student from Nutrition Biology Department. So, ma'am, my question is, for the certificate or license which FSSAI gives to restaurants, so how much analysis they conduct before issuing the license or certificate?
Okay. So I'm audible, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have a portal We have a portal that is Phosphorus. If you go on the FSSAI website, you can go and you can apply. There is a link where you can apply for the license. It can be, and there are different categories mentioned over there. Whether they are retailers, whether they are manufacturers. So under that category, you have to precisely see who is applying. Okay, and you have to submit all the documents. There is Tatkal licensing system also, where we have come up, where the license can be issued within 7 days also. So you have to just apply it online, submit the fees, and you can get license for that.
So those are, ma'am, official initiatives that is taken by FSSAI. So what is the ground level initiatives that FSSAI takes in that case?
Okay, if you say ground level initiative, where the FBOs who are licensed with us, of course, we have that inspection system, we have that audit system, everything is in place. But if I say that for the one who are street food vendors, how we are able to see that they are, complying. So what do we do? There is a process that is registration. So we are promoting such street food vendors to at least we even have a mobile app. They can just go and register with FSSCI. And once they are registered, we have that data. We are coming up with a lot of trainings and capacity building, some thing that is required by these street food vendors. And we don't go for that stringent inspections or auditing for them, but the only thing we need is that they should be registered with us. We do the capacity building, and there are trainers with us who actually go at such places in the states and do capacity building over there, where we have also come up with street food hubs, where there are around 10 such vendors at one place, and we have made it a street food hub with the local municipal corporation and all, and we have tried and brought them under our admit by doing that.
Okay,
Yeah.
ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Payal Pal.
Hello, good afternoon.
I am Payal Pal,
Yeah.
MSc first
Hi.
year student of microbiology. So my question is, with consumer becoming more health conscious post COVID, how is FSSAI supporting innovation in food that promote immunity and gut health?
Okay. So how are we supporting? You are asking that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My whole lecture was on that only. Actually, if you talk about the microbiology, I would say that we have standards in place, and we are coming with we are doing that holistic. We are coming with that holistic approach, and we will be having more stringent standards in place. That is number one. Number two, as I said, we are open for such kind of novel technologies that is having nutrition as well as which is safe to eat, and that can be applied under non-specified food and food ingredient. That is the second thing. The third thing is we have food safety on wheels, that is being given to all states. Such remote areas, temples, the villages, the places where nobody can go and do testing for the samples, we have some for staple food, we have that testing system in those vans, and we have kits for these pathogen analysis, and these vans go to such remote places, do on the spot testing, and test for compliance of the sample. So this is these are some initiatives. But if I say under the Eat Right India umbrella, we have n number of initiatives that you can go and see on the FSSAI website, where we are trying and promoting that we all eat safe, wholesome, and eat right food. So you can visit the website and see the FSSAI is doing wonderful on that. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, dear. Thank you.
Very good evening, ma'am. Myself, Jyoti, research scholar. So, ma'am, my question is about AI. How AI can play role in designing and regulating novel food products?
Okay, how AI can say AI can do wonderful in any sector, but if you say in food approval system, see, I had been looking for this approval system for some years now, like one of the initiative that I've been working on, and even when we go for standards, that I need standards for millets, I need standard for a chutney, and I go at the international level and we are presenting in codex at the international forum. The only problem that we face is data. We don't have data, to justify that why do we need these standards. Maybe even you must be knowing some conventional chutney, you need to have standards in place, and you are not able to do that because of data. So AI can very well help to pull all such data, maybe international, national data at one place. All that risk assessment data can be at one place, so that whenever you are applying for an approval system, you don't need to struggle for data, or you don't need to go for that peer reviewed journal, and you have everything at one place. So this is just one thing that can be useful. Otherwise, I think there are many fronts where AI can actually help in the food sector.
Yeah, ma'am. Another, ma'am, how FSSCI can speed up food approvals without compromising food safety?
Okay, so it's see, any time, even if we are speeding up, see, even if we are speeding up the process, even if we are slow, whatever we are doing, we are never compromising the food safety. As I had told you, in the application system, you must have seen what are the different steps we go through. So we just to reduce the time, what we have done at our end is we have made 6 expert committees. So every month we have these 2 to 3 meetings or deliberation that happen. In of course, the experts do that. So the timeline somewhere is being decreased. We have become fast enough because we have that online portal system. We only had that application system and only the clarification that was issued by FSSAI. But now we are coming up everything online. So the transparency is going to increase. The timeline that I say 4 to 6 months is required won't be required. I think that will be reduced by this online system, and of course, food safety. That it's the biggest challenge in the country, and we never compromise with that. It will be a fast process, more faster process, and the food safety will always be in place. So no issues on that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
One more question, ma'am. How traditional
Yeah.
knowledge guide innovation in novel food systems?
How traditional food? See, so I guess we are coming up with so many of the traditional products. Very recently, we have launched in this GFRS, we have launched a very good recipe book. And
Yes, ma'am.
last year also we
Something
had done that.
thali.
So traditional food, we are coming up with mithai, namkeen standards. Traditional food are in place. People are coming up with innovations in the traditional food, and we are taking up those applications, and they will be in the market for sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hello, good evening.
Ma'am, I want to ask that during the festive season, the inspection by food officers increases in the market in order to avoid adulteration. So, ma'am, sometimes there are also some shopkeepers who produce genuine products. They are also harassed by the officers. So, how should they protect themselves from harassment by the officers?
Okay, so I cannot say that it's a good question, but yes, I would like to answer that because during the festive season, I won't say it's only you as a shopkeeper. There are many shopkeepers where you also very well know that what do they do. It's not milk. It's not that conventional Indian mithai. It's all not all the time, but it's an adulterated food. Adulterated in the sense, I would say vegetable fat is being used. I can just give an example of a milk wala mithai. Okay, so now what do we do? So the states have to do surveillance. They have to do these enforcement activities just to go and cater that okay, there is no adulterated food that goes. Now, if you say that these food safety officers, the FSO who go for sampling, they harass you. It can happen, it should not happen, but it can happen at that time. We have a portal, we have a big grievance cell where you can immediately write on that with all that proof and stuff, and of course he will come up with some kind of a reply for you that this is never repeated or you are not being harassed. So our grievance cell is it's very much stringent, and we also have a mobile app also, which I will be sharing with Dr. Tejpal. So everyone can have that app in your mobile, so that any such incident that happen, and you can become a very much aware consumer now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thanks.
Madam, good evening, madam.
Good evening.
My question is, when we go to these peer-reviewed journals and papers, they mention about a lot of this food additives, colorants, which can be carcinogenic and also endocrine disruptors. Madam, in India, when we get these ultra-processed foods from outside the country, or made in India, do we follow the recommendations of FDA directly, or do we have any system in place to check whether a particular food additive has any health implication, whether it has a carcinogen, or how is it monitored?
So if a new additive is being applied under product approval, you are trying to ask that?
No, which we already have in place.
Right.
And I believe that I read somewhere that some of these processed food packets that are sold in this part of the world have certain food additives that the country of origin itself does not accept. And they code it that it is harmful or whatever in that categorization of risk. But this side of the world, they are sold. So how do we monitor such food additives entering our market?
See, the only thing is, when if it comes under product approval, of course, we see for clinical trials and we see for that international data. But sometimes, as you rightly said, it can be already available in the market, or it is already imported, and it is first of all, it cannot be imported unless there is being testing done at the port and it is non-compliant, the quality and all that. Foremost the safety parameters that matter, so it cannot be imported in your country, right? But if in India itself it is already in the market, there are regular testing that is being carried out for all the products that are available in the market. Of course, that FBO is of course licensed with us, so regular testing is being done by the state authorities. So I think so in that, if such kind of thing is there, like you say, it's carcinogenic or something, that would be detected in the in the testing sample that they have collected, and of course they would be penalized, or they would go through all that process of adjudication. Now, sometimes it happens that FSSAI doesn't come to know about it. So in that case, we get a lot of complaints of the consumers. As I said, the grievance cell, we get a lot of mails, and we immediately try that the state authority, they go and do enforcement, they collect samples, and they are able to detect that non-compliance in that sample. So we try and do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. Myself, Akhilesh, PhD scholar in economics. And my question is, how do regulatory cost and approval process impact the pace of innovation in the food industry, particularly for the products with public health claims?
How do they impact, you are saying?
Yes, ma'am. How do regulatory cost and approval process impact the pace of innovation in the food industry, particularly for the product with public health claims?
Yeah, so now this is an approval system, as I said. This is one of it. The other one is claim approval system that we have in place. The third one is Ayurveda Ahar. We are coming with first time we are coming up with the approval of this conventional Ayurveda Ahar as well. So this approval system, if you are applying, that can be a conventional food, that can be a nutritive food with lot of innovation that you say that is for public health. You can do that application for the one we don't have standards, right? You can apply, we can do that deliberation, we can see whether it can be approved or not. This is number one. Number two is, like in the past we have seen that ample number of products have come for application which are the same product, only the companies were different. So all the time they don't need to come and apply to us. What we do is after that, because a lot of risk analysis has already been gone into it, a lot of clinical trials have already gone into it. So we suggested to go in the scientific panel now so that we can come up with the standards of that particular product, of that particular ingredient additive that is of high nutritive value, or a processing aid that is of high nutritive value for, of course, the public health. So we then come up with standards of such product also.
Thank you, ma'am. Now one more question.
This is going to make a big impact. The things that are good, of course, that are very good for the public health, they would be having standards in place in the upcoming time for sure.
Okay, ma'am. Now one more question. How can policies ensure that the benefits of innovative foods reach economically disadvantaged population and do not widen nutrition disparities?
I didn't get your question. You can be a little louder.
Ma'am, how can policies ensure that the benefits of innovative foods reach the economically disadvantaged population? Ma'am, marginalized population, मतलब low income population. How can innovative?
Okay, yeah. I had told you that it should be easily accessible. In my lecture also, I was saying that it should be easily accessible. I very well agree to it that these kind of innovative food that come into the market, they are, of course, they cannot be afforded by the people with some lower economy. Even if I talk about fortified food, if I take a bottle of a fortified oil with that F logo, that will be a little higher in price than the normal one. But if I talk about innovation, as I said, in the upcoming time, if that innovative food have come to us and we will try and come up with standards of that innovative food. And of course, if it is already there in the standard, then the increased rate, that increased rate should not affect the consumers. Then it should not have that high level of rate. That's a constraint, I agree, and we need to come up with solution with that it should be afforded. Because even if we go for this fortified staple food, we are trying that there are various schemes that are run by the government, by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and the other government policies also, where in midday meal we are serving such fortified food because it cannot be afforded. Even the staple food cannot be afforded. We have come up with one more program, that is Zero Hunger. So there are so many programs that are already running, and that is somewhere going to help that such kind of food, that innovative, nutritious food, also safe food, can reach to each and every consumer in the country.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks. Any more questions? You can mail me my email ID with Dr. Tejpal also. So anything that comes to your mind at a later stage also, because the whole day you had been listening to lectures and maybe you are not able to ask what you wanted to actually. So you can mail me through there, whatever is the process of sending mails to me, and I will reply to each one of that. I'll surely do that.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah.
Actually, I have asked only one question. FSI formed in 2006, right now 2025. In 19 years, only FSSAI approved only 377 products who is come under the FSSAI. And compare other countries, they at least 10,000 से भी ज़्यादा उनका प्रोडक्ट जो कि रेगुलेशन को फिट करता है, तो हमारा नंबर काफ़ी कम है। तो इसके पीछे मैम जो रीज़न है या फिर आने वाले टाइम में क्या आप देखना चाहेंगे कि ये इंक्रीज होगा?
देखो, so I can reply in Hindi also. Okay, anyways, see, before 2017, I told you the whole process कि हमारा पहले कैसे PFA था, उसके बाद FSSAI बना, उसके बाद में स्टैंडर्ड्स आए, उसके बाद रेगुलेशन आए। जो हमारा नोवेल फूड के लिए नॉन स्पेसिफाइड फूड का रेगुलेशन है, that came into force in 2017. Before that, we never had regulations. Okay, हमारा रेगुलेशन 2017 में बना. We had only one expert committee, only one of that 5 to 6 members, which was the biggest challenge. Number one. Number two, we did not have manpower in place, जो कि अभी वो भी एड्रेस हो चुका है. उसके बाद हमारी 6 एक्सपर्ट कमिटीज बन चुकी है. एवरीबडी हैज चैट जीपीटी, एआई है, सब लोगों के पास में एक्सेस है, सब लोग डेटा दे कैन कलेक्ट एंड people are coming up with those smart ideas. हमारे new startups, हमारे young generation आ रहे हैं, they are coming up with that. So we are growing. Now we are growing. Everybody is well versed and they are coming up with these innovative ideas, these technologies and everything. तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. हम लोगों के पास में जितना एप्लीकेशंस आते हैं, हम लोगों का ये ऑनलाइन पोर्टल बन गया है. अब इस पोर्टल में भी इतना दुनिया भर का चेंज आ रहा है कि हमारा टाइमलाइन घट गया है. तो ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होता है जैसे पहले हुआ करता था कि देयर इज वन एप्लीकेशन व्हिच इज लाइन फॉर 1 year or 2 years with us and we are not able to go for approval. Sometimes हम क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स के लिए बोल देते थे क्योंकि नया एडिटिव है मार्केट में. आप भी चाहोगे कि आपका बच्चा जो भी कुछ मार्केट में खाएगा वो सेफ हो, तो हमें थोड़ा सा तो उसका एनालिसिस, सेफ्टी एनालिसिस अगर हमें करना है, हमने क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स बोल दिया तो कई बार वो कंपनी पीछे हट जाती है कि नहीं नहीं इसमें तो इतना लग जाएगा मैडम, सो मच ऑफ मनी विल गो इनटू इट, आप हमको पोस्ट मार्केट सर्वेलेंस का देके हमें टेम्पररी इसका अप्रूवल दे दो. हम लोग ये सब कुछ भी नहीं करते. तो हो सकता है उस वजह से मे बी हमें टाइम लगा. फिर कुछ गाइडलाइंस थी, कुछ क्राइटेरियाज थे जो इन प्लेस नहीं थे, जिसकी वजह से एप्लीकेशन सिस्टम में या क्या डेटा सबमिट करना है इसमें थोड़ा टाइम लग जाता था. बट अब everything is at one place. Now it is not that we are kept with so much of application. Whatever applications are coming up, we are taking up, we are coming up with the approval or rejection, whatsoever is required, we are doing that. And in the future also, I think more of the application, more of the innovation, more of those novel foods are going to come because of you smart students and the companies nowadays. And of course we will be giving approvals to that and the number is going to increase globally. Yeah.
मैम वन मोर क्वेश्चन. एक्चुअली जिस तरीके से जो लाइसेंस का जो प्रोसेस है जो एफएसएसआई का, तो जहाँ पे भी ऑफिसर वर्ड आता है तो कहीं ना कहीं लोगों को माइंड में ये आता है, सपोज कि कोई पकौड़ा बेचने वाला है, ठीक है, तो जैसे कि उसको कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग कहते हैं फूड सेफ्टी ऑफिसर या फिर कोई और, तो उसके नाम के अंदर ऑफिसर लगा हुआ है. तो क्या ऑफिसर की जगह पे जो लाइसेंस जो लोकल एरिया में दे रहे हैं, तो क्या वो मित्र करके, जैसे कि मोदी जी ने निकालते कोई ये मित्र वो मित्र करके, जो भी डिफरेंट डिफरेंट टाइप्स के होते हैं, क्या वो सर्टिफिकेट देने में क्या वो मित्र वर्ड का यूज करके थोड़ा, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा वो फ्रेंडली हो जाएगा, वो दुकानदार के लिए भी इजी हो जाएगा, उसे लगेगा कि चलो अपना आदमी है थोड़ा सा, तो वो थोड़ा सा फ्रेंडली होकर के काम कर सकेगा, तो मे भी ये एक इनिशिएट कर सकते हैं.
देखो जो जो हमारा इंस्पेक्टर राज था ना, एक्चुअली उस समय आप लोग थे नहीं पीएफए के टाइम पे, जो कि डंडा जिस बोलते थे कि एक ऑफिसर का होता है और ऐसे होता है, ये वाला सिस्टम अब नहीं रह गया है. फूड सेफ्टी ऑफिसर के लिए बहुत सारे मिथ्स लोगों ने बना लिए हैं कि अगर ये आ रहा है तो बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम हो रही. इसका जो अदर साइड अगर हम देखेंगे ना, तो बहुत सारे एफएसओ ऐसे हैं जो हमारे सैंपल वहां पे इकट्ठा करने के लिए जाते हैं और उनके साथ इतना मिसबिहेव किया जाता है. स्पेशली अगर हमारी वुमेन एफएसओ है तो उसके लिए जाना मुश्किल हो जाता है और जाके सैंपल कलेक्ट करना मुश्किल हो जाता है। अगर आपका प्रोडक्ट ठीक है तो आपको डरने की कोई जरूरत नहीं, आप सैंपल दीजिए, एवरीथिंग विल बी फाइन। सिर्फ हम ये बोल के नहीं रह सकते कि नहीं, वो एक एफएसएसआई का ऑफिसर आया है तो वो जरूर कुछ दूसरा ही काम करेगा और वो सैंपल का एनालिसिस नहीं करेगा, ऐसा नहीं है। हमारा जो भी सैंपल जाएगा, टेस्टिंग जो भी होगी, अगर वो रेफरल में भी जाएगा तो सिर्फ फूड एनालिस्ट ही साइन करेगा, वो ही टेस्ट करेगा, जो कि सर्टिफाइड फूड एनालिस्ट है। आज की डेट में एग्जाम क्लियर करके वो आया है, जिसे पता है कि क्या पैरामीटर्स होते हैं, क्वालिटी क्या होती है, सेफ्टी क्या होती है। लेबल सबसे पहले चेक करेगा। तो हमें ना थोड़ा सा इससे बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा। जो एफएसओ जो तुम बोल रहे हो कि ऑफिसर, यार ये तो रिक्रूटमेंट रूल्स में कहीं ना कहीं मुझे अमेंडमेंट के लिए प्रपोज करना पड़ेगा कि आप उसको कुछ मित्र या कुछ फ्रेंडली वो कर दे। तो तुम लोग अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी, इफ यू आर इन दिस यूनिवर्सिटी ओनली, आप लोग प्रेजेंटेशन दे सकते हैं हम लोगों को, एफएसएसआई को, और विथ वैलिड रीजंस देना, ताकि हम कोशिश करें कि हम उसको ऊपर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में ले जा सके। ठीक है? थैंक यू।
So, ma'am, thank you very much for answering the queries of our students. So, they are delighted to have you here, and we are very much grateful to you for your time. And thank you very much again, ma'am. And we would like to have you in this campus in person in due course of time.
I wanted to meet Dr. Punya's beloved friend who is sitting on right in front of the sofa, and I wanted to meet Dr. Tejpal also. I wanted to meet all the students because I have heard so much from Dr. Tejpal about you all. I wanted to come physically, but it just happened that I had a bad throat the last 5 days and I could not make it to come. But in the coming days, I want to visit the campus and I want to come and interact one on one with each one of you.
Yes.
So hello, Dr. Sam, how are you?
Very nice to meet you, even it is virtually. It is a pleasure to meet you after some collaboration and also with your husband. And it would be very nice to meet you personally, but of course, it is also a pleasure to meet you virtually. And of course, we will have an opportunity to meet you personally in another occasion soon, I believe. Thank you very much, and congratulations for your sharing, for your lecture.
Thank
very,
you.
very interesting. And I would like also to congratulate about a book that Dr. Tejpal shared with me about all the traditional recipes you have in India and divided by each state, and we can see also the nutritional components of the recipes. Very, very interesting, and I will read it with very, very carefully. Thank you very much also for that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you so much. And I heard your lecture also, and not all, but yes, Dr. Tejpal had shared the link with me, and I heard that. I had so many queries, and I had to discuss so much with you, but we will do that.
Yes,
shortly.
please feel free also to write me. I think you have
Person, and
my
I
email.
hope that you should also, have some kind of collaboration with FSSAI, and we can work
Yes,
together.
for sure.
There are so many things we can work on.
We will arrange that,
So
of
that's
course. And
wonderful.
please feel
And
free also
that's
to write me.
also-
You have my email, please.
Yeah.
Feel free.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that we could not meet you in person, but we will surely plan it very soon, all of us.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. My pleasure. Thank
Thank you so much. Yeah, namaste.
So, thank you very much, ma'am. Again, thanks a lot for joining this session
Thank
and
you, Dr.
giving inspired.
Tejpal. Congratulations, you are doing a wonderful job.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks. Thank you.
Bye. I will log out.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you may please.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, few more minutes. Please sit down. Sit down, please. As we come to the close of another insightful GIAN program, let's take a quick walk through the ideas and inspiration that shaped today's discussions. We begin the day by diving into the world of natural sweeteners, exploring how the growing consumer preference for natural and clean labeled foods is reshaping the food industry. From safety perceptions to sustainability and sensory challenges, the lecture reminded us that sweetness in the modern world isn't about taste, it's about trust, transparency, and technological balance. Following that, we had an extremely informative session on integrated planning and governance for food security through fortification by Dr. Mona Dugal. The presentation beautifully highlighted how multi-sectoral convergence linking health, food, education, agriculture, and community systems can make large-scale food fortification both feasible and impactful. The Haryana demonstration project and the Multiply Fortified Salt study stood as strong examples of science meeting governance to address anemia and micronutrient deficiencies sustainably. Post lunch, we shifted gears into a classroom discussion on food innovation and food neophobia, where ideas, opinions, and experiences truly came alive. The conversation reminded us that food innovation is not only about creating something new, but also about understanding consumer psychology, habits, and the hesitation that often accompanies change. And finally, we concluded the academic sessions with a thought provoking lecture on public health and innovative foods, underlining how the two are deeply intertwined. Innovation not just as a tool for market advancement, but as a means to promote better nutrition, accessibility, and long term wellness. It was interesting to learn about FSSAI's strong regulatory framework and the emerging innovations like plant based foods, cultured meat, and precision fermentation that are redefining the food landscape. Altogether, today's session gave us a holistic view from ingredient innovation to integrated systems, from consumer behavior to public health strategies, all pointed toward one shared goal, a healthier and more sustainable food future. With that, we officially close the session for day 6. Thank you all. Thank you to our distinguished speakers, participants for yet another day of meaningful learning and engaging dialogue. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Thank you.